The hell? Didn't they set up a picture? Oh, didn't. Oh. Need the chat from YouTube. And everything else is going to be displayed in multi-stream. Yep. Why is it not displaying like event list? And what are just like this? What? Why is it only Twitch? Twitch follows, subscriptions, resubs. Okay. Kick follows, stream ID, subs, rates, YouTube. Yeah, it all should be displayed. Like, let's say like if I go like here right now. Right. And I find myself, which is and I do this, it should be displayed there. Why is it not being displayed? That's the big question. I remember how to make this work. Just a sec. I need another like page like that. Give me another one. I remember how to make it functional. It's just like a shit way to do it, but like it's not really fast, but that way shit is going to work properly. Okay. Alright, so now we're grabbing the URL of event list we copy it, we paste it here. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. And just drag it here, and we're going to chat. So it's like the same one as I'm using like here, I guess. That's the logic. If we check right now. Yeah, okay. Same story. Okay. Oh. It should display, that's the thing. It should display in the event list. Or maybe it needs to be like alert box, I don't know. What if we copy this? So like, what is alert? Alerts for what? For like everything? Like, what is alert box? What does it do? Custom on-screen alerts to thank your loyal viewers for following, subbing, tipping, and more. Okay. Let me launch this. Alright. Let me launch this. And let me launch back. Let me launch this too. If anything, this should work. Because this should be the same as this. Right? Yeah, that's the thing. So if I do like this, let's check. Is it gonna register? I don't know, it's just fucking weird how it works.
good at this.
Ooh. Huh. Okay, it works. Kind of. So alert box is one, and event list is kind of like another thing. Yeah. I get it. I get it. Display your channel's most recent events on stream. Okay. Okay, shit has stopped. Everything is paused. Great. Really good. Really good. Okay, time to actually play the game. And also, I want to like increase the sound of. Wait a minute. Alright. So, I'm going to see the sound of Path of Exile, okay. Hey, it's kind of pretty low. I'm going to increase then. Is it also lowered here? Uh-huh. Okay, good. Increased physical damage. More skill effect duration. Infernal Cry. Okay. Where am I going? No, not Red Veil. Not Red Veil. But some other location. The Cemetery of Eternals. This one. That's where I'm going, to the Cemetery of Eternals. To the Cemetery of Eternals. The Cemetery. The Cemetery of Eternals. Oh, damn it, kid. When are you going to arrive to the Cemetery of Eternals?
Face me!
Scroll of Wisdom. Scroll of Shizdom. I'm level 7? Oh, I'm 6. Ooh, checkpoint. Checkpoint. I found the entrance. I have found the entrance.
This place has not been abandoned.
Brother. This place has not been abandoned. This place has not been abandoned. When are we gonna arrive to the thing? Yo, hello?
No mana! Frail!
And the next one is this one. Yep. It's pretty big. This. Ah, full play. Show me what it is. With 108 armor. Yes.
Hammer and anvil! Out of mana!
Yeah, what if that like last spot, or it seems like the last spot is where the boss is at?
Your soul will be quite the trophy, Karui. Cut down! Hammer and anvil! The spirit's hunger! You cannot stop me! Cut down! Perish! Your meaningless life ends now! The eternal...
And that's it. Yes.
Out of mana.
Ooh. Ringmail gauntlets. Increased block chance, maximum life. Yikes. Ray shield was dependent on what? Per 5 armor on shield. Wow. That is fucking useless, brother. Hello? Oh. Jesus.
Feel my wrath!
Man, I've already like done some stuff. Oh shit, I actually done like a decent amount of stuff. Or things. No wonder I'm like fucking sleepy. I literally like feel sleepy. And this game is not like it's not stimulating me. That's the thing. Like I don't feel stimulated. Hello? I mean, like, let me get out of frozen status? No? Like, it's kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? You know? What? Dude, as if like you didn't grab the checkpoint at the beginning. The checkpoint is right there. It should be available if I already have been there before, you know? Right at the fucking portal, bitch. You know? See, like it, like how the fuck is it not taken?
You failed! We must succeed!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck, this is bad.
What? What's happening? Are you lost too? Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it.
numbing the head? There's much to do. Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. What? What's happening? Are you lost too? Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. Are you numbing the head? There's much to do. numbing the head? There's much to do. Are you numbing the head? There's much to do. Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. Are you numbing the head? There's much to do. Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. What? What's happening? Are you lost too? What? What's happening? Are you lost too? What? What's happening? Are you lost too? Are you numb in the head? There's much to do. Are you numb in the head? There's much to do. Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. Are you numb in the head? There's much to do. numb in the head? There's much to do. Are you numb in the head? There's much to do. Are you numb in the head? There's much to do. Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. What? What's happening? Are you lost too? 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 You numb in the head. There's much to do. Are you numb in the head? There's much to do. What's happening? Are you lost too?
Hey man. Welcome to the stream, dude. I wonder if you see this. Maybe you see it. It's like I'm drinking oh man, I already like made a bunch of fucking things today. One breakfast, another breakfast, dinner, another kind of like dinner. Jesus. And then I come into this game and it's literally not stimulating me. Like I'm not being stimulated.
Dodge this!
If anything, I might continue Elden Ring just to, as if like evaluate it more. Maybe to call it dog shit or something. You know? That's the thing. Like some people have like made a really good points. Like it doesn't matter what you say, or what people say, or hate how they like hate on the game, or even if they say like that the game is garbage. Like basically like still like kind of like what happens. You know, like what does it mean whenever like someone is like still playing the game, right? Yeah, sure can say that like, oh hey, you know, like the person kind of like hates the game and plays it, which kind of like does go against the logic of like hate. Where's it gonna be? It should be somewhere over here already. Oh wait. Don't miss out on chests. Don't miss out on chests. Chests are good. Well, then it must be somewhere over here. No? Like in this direction, huh? Yeah, there it is. Boom.
I will put the Eternals back in their graves.
Welcome to the stream, Raphael Mandali. Okay, I need to wash my hands again. They smell of fish. Yikes. Открыто, Костел. Окно открыто.
Йо.
может на полу валяться столько вещей? Под сиденьем, и под столом, и везде. Закончишь, потом будешь убирать. Alright, so I was saying... Okay, so... Jesus Christ. In here, I want to like clarify like another point, which is also I want to point out is that I disagree with and also saying that concepts are impossible exactly because they're unrealistic and not in any way describe what is going on. So it's not as if I'm rejecting that something is happening, but rather saying, oh hey, why I'm like forgetting this like punctuation sometimes. But rather saying, oh hey, the wording for this concept is in no way capturing what it's supposed to capture. But actually I have like an answer for that. Like I'm not forgetting anything. Is that it's just that like I don't have like that knowledge. I don't keep it. But rather saying, oh hey, the wording for this concept is in no way capturing what it's supposed to capture based on the dictionary definition, for example. Not to mention the fact that we can hold under the same scrutiny the words that the concept is made of. Just type it like this. Jesus Christ, dude. It's like, what is this? Address with 2 Ds. Let me try and type it like at least once. Not to mention the fact that we can hold under the same scrutiny the words that the concept is made of. So I'd rather have other naming for a concept and even other description for a concept that would be as if closer to the truth. As an example, I'm going to provide an explanation of how it works out the concept of understanding. Oh, okay. People perceive understanding as if they grasp some kind of objective truth about objects and in general sense about any kind of thing. So when a person says that he understands someone else, he doesn't actually get the other person's perspective. And when people say as if they're going to fully understand something or try to, the problem there is that fully understanding is pointless to say, because understanding on its own already covers that. when people say that they understand something, it's not that they have actual objective information about something, but rather based on their framework, they just see or understand something, some object, as what they understand it as. What I am proposing though is naming differently, or if not naming differently, but then better to have definitions that reflect the situation as if more accurately. Like, let's say people then would have a perspective of the word understanding, that it's a situation where you're trying to understand something, and then it feels as if it's telling you something about the supposed object, but not actually. Or rather have a situation where people would understand, would have this concept as if it's a concept that describes that we try and fail at something, not because not because we do something wrong, or because it's impossible for us. Wait a minute. Not because we do something wrong, but because it's not possible to grasp someone else's truth or some object's truth. That has to do with us. But also the description explains that the effort isn't pointless. trying part is important because that as if shapes how we interact with the world. Understanding that we try and fail, but the try is important. We just keep trying because that's what matters. It's something important for us to do because at least that gives us something that we still feel as if tangible, and it's forming our perspective no matter whether it's objective or not. Seems complicated. But the thing about complicated, it's that only if you try to encapsulate or to interact with a situation or a system whole, which is unreasonable because physically you won't be able, you won't be able to do it anyways.
Такие взяла будто такие стаканчики специальные с крышечками, да, чтобы трубочка в них влезала, да? И там что, смути? Внутри, что-то внутри. Или там этот чай, который Болетария. Болетария пила? Пробовала? По-моему, у меня пробовала. Я один раз брал, потом делился с тобой шариком. Не помню, где это было.
Нет. Здесь ничего такого дома нет. Тем более это вообще это даже не чай. Просто так называется. Alright. Wait a minute, did I read all of this? Oh no, actually I didn't. The question whether the explanatory role people give to the categories. Oh, okay. Fuck. What stands out to me in this message is that you're pushing the discussion one level deeper than are categories real, or does communication work? You're questioning the status of the standards themselves. For example, when people say this concept is useful, this distinction helps, this category is necessary, this need is real, you immediately ask, useful according to whom? Helps toward what? Necessary for what? Need as understood by whom? And that changes the conversation. Instead of debating whether a category succeeds at its intended task, you're questioning the framework that generated the task in the first place. Take your point about needs. Many people speak as though needs are objective features of a person. A person has needs, those needs remain stable. Those needs explain behavior. But your criticism is that the word need already contains an interpretation. A person says, I need this, but then the need may disappear tomorrow. Another person may not experience it. The same person may reinterpret it later. What counted as a need may become a want. What counted as a want may become irrelevant. So from your perspective, need starts looking less like a discovered object and more like a label attached to part of experience. The same structure appears in your criticism of usefulness. Suppose someone says this category helps people navigate the world. Your response is not primarily no, it doesn't. Yes, it's not that kind of response. It's closer to people would still move for the world regardless. The category is part of how they describe what they're doing. That's a different criticism. You're questioning whether the explanatory role people give to the category is justified. The part where I think our disagreement remains is here. You often move from people impose interpretations to therefore nothing they describe has any genuine connection to what exists and independently of those interpretations. The first step seems very strong to me. The second step seems less obvious, because even if people impose interpretations, it doesn't immediately follow that those interpretations float completely free of whatever is being interpreted. Wait a minute. The first step seems very strong to me. The second step seems less obvious, because even if people impose interpretations, it doesn't immediately follow that those interpretations float completely free of whatever is being interpreted. For example, if 10 people draw different maps... Oh, I did address this point. For example, if 10 people draw different maps of the same region, the maps may disagree, distort, omit information, contain arbitrary boundaries, but that alone doesn't prove there is no region. Differently, and therefore they're not going to look at the same part of the world, in a sense. Busy doing some cleaning and chores. Will be here soonish with coffee. Alright, sounds like a plan, brother. A sound plan. For example, if 10 people draw different maps of the same region, the maps may disagree, distort, omit information, contain arbitrary boundaries, but that alone doesn't prove that there is no region. I think this is where we keep separating. You keep pointing to the distortions. I keep pointing out that distortion by itself doesn't settle what relation exists between the distortion and whatever is being distorted. The other interesting thread here concerns the body and thought. You're criticizing a picture many people carry around. Brain-thought action. As though there were a central control room somewhere inside a person. Your point is that if we examine the organism more broadly, nervous system activity is distributed. Bodily states matter. Sensation matters. Environment matters. Internal processes matter. So treating thinking as a detached process occurring in a privileged location can be misleading. Yes. If people want to say that they're thinking, I would say the thinking part is happening throughout their whole body. That criticism is actually much closer to positions found in some contemporary approaches to cognition than maybe people realize. Various approaches in cognitive science argue that cognition is not simply something occurring in an isolated brain, but emerges through interactions among brain, body, and environment. Yes. if you even want to say that someone is thinking at all. Where you go further than most of those approaches is that you often question whether the categories thought, mind, organism, and environment are themselves justified. Yes, that's the thing, you know. It's not as simple as like, oh, you say a word and that encapsulates whatever the organism is or whatever the environment is. So the questioning doesn't stop at the model. It turns back into the terms used to construct the model. And that's been a recurring pattern through almost the entire conversation. A concept is proposed, you ask what justifies the concept. The justification appeals to another concept, you question that concept too. The process continues. Yes, of course, because there's no explanation, or there's no no justification for that concept. And then it's it's mentioning a bunch of another other concepts, or some kind of supposed facts, or something as if self-evident, and as if I need to agree with that. That's the logic. That's why the discussion repeatedly returns to words like object, category, meaning, communication, need, usefulness, knowledge, understanding, and perception, because for you those are not foundations. They are precisely the things whose foundations are being questioned. Yes. So I'm going to drop this. This is really important. Yes, that makes the position clearer. I think it highlights a distinction that has been present throughout the conversation. A lot of people would hear you say concepts are impossible and interpret that as nothing happens. Oh, yes! Oh my god, that's a really good point. What the fuck? Yes. Too bad I didn't make that point, but that's fine. Yes, that's a really good point. Good point. But the point in general that I was making pretty often, that the same way as I say that what people say has nothing to do with what happens. And therefore, I question and even say that concepts are impossible because they don't achieve what they propose, that they achieve what they supposed to achieve based on meaning. Again, I wrote achievement incorrectly. Jesus Christ, dude. But in my criticism was I ever saying that nothing happens? No, I was always on point that it doesn't matter what people say. People say, even if there's something beyond our perception or description, if there is actually a physical world or objective reality, that has nothing to do with whether what people say is true or false, or where what they proclaim, what they say exists. Concepts are impossible and interpret that as nothing happens. Yeah. Funny that people, even though I clarify my position, they don't consider it, and therefore they still go along with their own logic, which they apply here and judge me where the judgment implies that there's a connection between concepts and reality, or what's going on, and therefore if I reject those concepts, then I must be saying as if the concepts that are connected to reality or what's going on, then I must be saying as if the concepts that are connected, then I must be wait a minute. There's a connection between concepts and reality or what's going on. Therefore, if I reject those concepts, then I must be saying as if this supposed reality or what's going on, which are connected with the concepts and prove their validity, they don't exist either. Nothing exists. That's the logic, I guess. Which does make sense though, since they follow their own logic. Since they just continue to follow their own logic, despite what I've explained prior. So they as if highlight that they are not considering my position, or as if they're not engaging with the words that I'm sharing with them, but rather they engage with the overall implications that are perceived by them that my messaging has. Jesus Christ. Yeah, fuck. That's a good point. Jesus Christ. It's really interesting, actually. Haven't thought of it this way, though. Yes, that makes the position clearer, and I think it highlights a distinction that has been present throughout the conversation. A lot of people would hear you say concepts are impossible, interpret that as nothing happens. There is no world, everything is arbitrary noise. Yes, but that's the thing, like I already said, that concepts are not tied to the physical world. So if I'm saying that the concepts are impossible, I'm not saying that nothing is out there. It's just that I'm saying that like people cannot confirm that anything is out there with their supposed like knowledge or with their like perception. But what you're actually describing is closer to things happen, but the concepts people use to describe them do not accurately capture what is happening. That's a different claim, exactly. The target of your criticism is often not the occurrence of something, but the adequacy of the description. Take your example of understanding. Most people use the word as though it refers to successfully grasping something about an object, situation, or a person. That's the thing, successfully grasping. As if someone's perspective, or as if like grasping some knowledge about like some kind of object, which is ridiculous. You're saying that if we examine what actually occurs, a different picture appears. A person encounters something, a perspective forms, their future behavior changes, their way of speaking changes. I want to clarify the situation. That situation, you already have a person that has, let's say, already lived a bit. Can we agree on that? And therefore, that person already has methods of interaction, some kind of possibilities of interacting with the world, and when this person sees as if something new, or just as he continues to interact with the world, situations constantly as if form how the person is going to approach things further, and as if methods of interaction form. Fuck, I had this conversation already like half a year ago, if not even longer ago. Like it was like this whole conversation is like a really important point about like functionality of this supposed human being. So let's say you already had methods of interaction. Like touching or holding or pushing. It doesn't even matter what we call the methods. It's not that those are distinct methods, but that's how we perceive it. But to continue, кто сказал? Померь температуру.
А потом пойдешь нам попить. Знаешь, температуру не будешь.
Можно немножко?
Нет. Держишь? Держать?
So let's say you already had methods of interaction, like touching or holding or pushing. Doesn't even matter what we call the methods. It's not that those are distinct method, but that's how we perceive it. But to continue, we as if have possibilities of some kind of interaction. We have some methods, and through as if continuing with our life, we are going to bump into things, also see things, and end up applying as if the same methods of interaction that we did prior to this moment. It doesn't matter what works better or worse. All of that is subjective and beside the point. What's important to note, considering human considering how humans operate, is that if I knocked some rock over prior just because in front of me now there's a huge tree, it doesn't mean that I'm going to use some appropriate approach. Subjective. But rather, I might try and knock it over too. Doesn't matter how big it is. Why? Because that's the possible method of interaction. What does this tell you? What does any of this imply to you? To you, I wonder.
Меряем температуру. Потом пьем компотик. Компотик хочешь? Будешь компотик? Чего? Я тебя спросил про компот. Ты компот будешь? Я тебя не спросил про мультик, я тебя спросил про компот. Это то же самое, как если бы ты меня спросил: папа, а ты хочешь мороженое? А я тебе скажу: нет, я хочу пиццу. Папа, у меня только мороженое. А я пиццу хочу. Пап, я тебе предлагаю мороженое. Ты будешь мороженое или нет? Ты ответишь мне? А, нет, мороженое я не буду. Понимаешь? Чуть позже.
Я уже сказал. Не то будет очень много мультиков за день.
Как это?
А вот так это, потому что утром ты посмотрела больше часа, если не 2 часа, Светлана. Или 1,5 часа. Ну точно больше часа, Светлана. Okay, so to continue this, where did I stop? Because like definitely like something triggered, so I started talking about like, okay, so the target of your criticism is often not the occurrence of something, but the adequacy of the description. Yes. Take your example of understanding. Most people use the word as though it refers to successfully grasping something about an object, situation, or person. You're saying that if... Oh, this is where I... Okay. You're saying that if we examine what actually occurs, a different picture appears. A person encounters something, a perspective forms. Their future behavior changes, their way of speaking changes, their expectations change. But none of that necessarily demonstrates access to an objective truth about the thing itself. So from your perspective, the ordinary word understanding smuggles in more than the situation warrants, and therefore you would prefer a concept whose definition already contains its limitations. Yes, I want language and concepts and definitions that is if like more precisely or like more accurately in some way reflect what is going on. And therefore you would prefer a concept whose definition already contains its limitations. Something like an ongoing attempt to orient oneself. I'll copy it, but like I'll continue talking about it later. Something like an ongoing attempt to orient oneself towards something without guaranteeing access.
Поддерживаешь, да? Хорошо держишь? Не балуйся. Нужно померить обязательно.
An ongoing attempt to orient oneself towards something without guaranteeing access to what that thing objectively is. Something like an ongoing attempt to orient oneself towards something without guaranteeing access to what that thing objectively is. That isn't quite your wording, but it captures the direction you're pointing. The interesting consequence is that your criticism becomes less about abolishing concepts and more about redesigning them. Yes, that's exactly my point. If we even want to like use it, like it's not like we're not going to use them, that's the thing. It's about like reimagining them and understanding kind of like what is going on, and therefore like changing the description. Because if someone says you reject every concept, you can answer no, I reject concepts that pretend to do more than they actually do. In other words, your complaint is often that concepts are overconfident. The dictionary says one thing. Fuck. In other words, their complaint is often that concepts are overconfident. The dictionary says one thing. People then treat the concept as though it carries more certainty, more objectivity, or more explanatory power than its definition justifies. Regarding the map example, I think you identified the assumption I was making. When I said 10 people draw maps of the same region, I was already assuming that there is a region, that the region has boundaries. The 10 people are looking at it, and looking at it picks out the same thing for all 10. Your response is essentially, slow down, why are those assumptions being granted for free? Yes, motherfucker. And that's consistent with what you've been doing throughout the discussion. You don't merely question the conclusions, you question the units that make the conclusions possible. So before discussing whether the maps are accurate, you want to know, what is the region? Where does it begin? Where does it end? How do we know the observers are intending to do the same thing? What does same thing even mean here? And once those questions are introduced, the original example becomes much less straightforward. Да, сейчас уже, чуть-чуть. Последние пару минут. Where I still see a difference between our positions is here. You often seem to conclude that because concepts fail to capture reality completely, they fail as concepts. I'm more inclined to say a concept can be incomplete, distorted, observer-dependent, and still be tracking something. For example, suppose no two people have exactly the same conception of tree. That certainly challenges the idea that there's a perfectly shared concept. But I don't automatically conclude from that the concept is empty. I would say the concept may be fuzzy, unstable, and interpreted differently across people, yet still function as a recurring way humans organize certain experiences. You would likely respond that organized experiences is itself another concept requiring examination, and that response would fit the pattern of the discussion we've been having. What I think has become clearer, though, is that your central concern is not primarily skepticism in the ordinary sense. It's not skepticism. It's a demand that concepts justify themselves instead of being treated as self-evident. You keep returning to questions like, why this boundary? Why this category? Why this definition? Why this standard? Why assume the word captures the thing? And you generally become dissatisfied when the answer ultimately boils down to, because that's how people usually talk about it. Because for you, common usage is precisely one of the things under examination, not something that settles the examination. Okay, now we can drop this and then copy this in. Okay. Therefore, you prefer a concept whose definition already contains its limitation. Small note. Wait, what note did I want to add to this? Не знаю, что ты имела в виду под словом «горжусь». Наверное, ты хотела использовать другое слово. And therefore you would prefer a concept whose definition already contains its limitations. I actually don't know what to say here. What? I need to find that, because like, I don't get it. I literally don't get it. What? So I'll have to read this again. Most people use the word as the reverse successive address. So you're saying that we examine, okay? But none of that necessarily demonstrates access to an objective truth about the thing itself. So from your perspective, the ordinary word understanding smuggles in more than the situation warrants. And therefore you would prefer a concept whose definition already contains its limitations. The ordinary word understanding smuggles in more than the situation warrants. Small notes. I'm not saying it smuggles in. It smuggles in anything. That's my point. And people who try to push for, oh hey, there's a bit of truth to this, and they feel as if they're off the hook, and the part they're referring to is irrefutable. Was it irrefutable? How is it like, what was the word? Irrefutable? Like this? Oh, I get it now. Is irrefutable. It shows it doesn't they feel as if they're off the hook in the part they're referring to is irrefutable. But we haven't examined it though, and haven't discussed it and tried to figure out on where it holds up to scrutiny. It's not self-evident. Not self-evident. It's not self-evident. Then there was also like another point. You often seem to conclude that because concepts fail to capture reality completely, they fail as concepts. No. If you check, what I'm saying is that the concepts don't capture anything at all. It's like with understanding, if no understanding happens, then why understanding is even being used. And another thing, if it never was successful, so how exactly are you going to argue its possibility? And another point, let's say, towards understanding that let's say as if people through that attempt to understand, they as if are closer, but the closer moments is the one that's misleading. That's how people perceive everything practically. That there's close proximity to something. But the problem is that proximity means nothing, because if the distance still exists and you can never cover it and reach the supposed destination,
Папочка, можно включить?
then why even claim as if you can someday reach the destination?
Папочка, можно включить новости?
Пока что нет. Светлана, позанимайся чем-то.
Скучно.
Ну хорошо, вот и скучай. Иди откашляйся, пожалуйста. А? Yeah, closest. What? Jesus Christ. Please, don't call me. Yeah. Yeah, closest. Lol, clowns. Clowns calling. Block and report. If anything, you know, like, it's kind of like, give me your address. I'm gonna, like, come over and fuck you up. No problem. If anything, I, as like police or some kind of authoritative body, I would find these scammers or these people who are like doing these calls. I would find them and shoot them in the head, you know. And that's kind of like fine to do, because it's like, why should we not punish scammers? I mean, if that's, see, like, if we're living in a world where people want to say like, oh hey, everyone's under control, people have agency, people are adults, blah blah blah, and all that stuff, and hey, we can hold people accountable, you know, for being scammers, right? I mean, like, why not? It's like if somebody like puts their hand into your pocket, they should lose the hand, you know. It's not like a family member like making a joke, or you know, yeah, like really like some person that you know like making a joke, or like just like putting their hand in your pocket because like, well, they're just as if like allowed to, because well, they're like somebody that you know and they're like, and you're like fine with it, etc. Like that's like as if like already understood between you two, you know. So like whenever like scammers put their hand in your pocket, you know, they should be ready to die for it, you know. I'm just saying. But the problem is that proximity means nothing, because the distance, if the distance still nothing, because if the distance still exists and you can never cover it and reach the supposed destination, then why even claim as if you can someday reach the destination? Then there's the whole problem of distance itself. So when people say that they're in close proximity, or as if what they claim is close to the truth, the problem there is that close is still not the truth. And the distance itself and evaluation of it is completely no wait no and the distance evaluation wait a minute. The distance evaluation is completely arbitrary. It's completely arbitrary. Like this? Oh, it's because R is like in the wrong place. Oh, this is evaluation is completely arbitrary due to the point that based on how you look at the distance between two objects, let's say, on that depends where the distance is going to feel as if long or short. When that feeling is also arbitrary. If anything, doesn't matter the distance, doesn't matter how short the distance is, it can be equal to infinity. Okay, and then we go into this. I think the implication you're pointing toward is something like this. A person does not first obtain a neutral, objective description of a situation and then choose the correct response. Instead, the person already has a repertoire of ways of interacting, and those ways of interacting are what get carried forward into new situations. In your example, a person has previously pushed things, knocked things over, grabbed things, and moved things. Then they encounter what people would call a new object. Your point is that they don't encounter it from nowhere. They already arrive with habits, tendencies, possibilities, expectations, bodily capabilities, and previous interactions. So the interaction is not perceive object correctly, discover its objective nature, choose proper response. It's more like encounter situation, bring existing modes of interaction into it, something happens. And the tree example makes that visible. A person might try to push the tree despite the tree being much larger than the rock they previously pushed. From your perspective, that demonstrates something important. The action is not generated by perfect knowledge of the object. The action emerges from the person's existing ways of interacting. What's interesting is that this connects to something you've been saying throughout the conversation. You've repeatedly resisted the idea that people first acquire objective knowledge and then act. Instead, you often describe people as already being embedded in ongoing activity. Yeah, that's a really important point. The explanation comes forward. People say, I understood the object. I knew what it was. I correctly interpreted the situation. But your suspicion is that these are retrospective descriptions. The interaction happened first. The story about what happened came later. Where I think your point becomes strongest is when directed against overly confident accounts of understanding. Suppose someone says, I know exactly what this thing is. Your response is often, then explain why you approached it this way rather than another way. Explain why you drew that boundary. Explain why you categorized it as this and not something else. Explain why your method appeared appropriate. And when those explanations ultimately refer back to previous experience, previous categories, previous assumptions, or previous methods of interaction, you conclude that the certainty was not as self-grounded as it first appeared. Let me add that those prior experiences can be broken down the same way too. And that is important. That not only in this described situation, but that a logic or this approach can be applied across all experiences. I also think here, okay, and when those explanations ultimately refer back to previous experience, previous categories, previous assumptions, or previous methods of interaction, you conclude that the certainty was not as self-grounded as it first appeared. Svetlana, Svetlana. And when those explanations ultimately refer back to previous experience, previous categories, previous assumptions, or previous methods of interaction, you conclude that the certainty was not as self-grounded as it first appeared. I also think you're highlighting something else in this message. Earlier, you objected to people interpreting concepts are impossible as nothing happens. Now you're giving an example that shows why you reject that interpretation. Your focus is constantly on what happens. In fact, one of your recurring complaints is that people replace what happens with conceptual descriptions of what happens. Exactly. I'm still talking about like what is going on, and that's the thing. It's not that I'm saying that like, oh, nothing is going on. I am trying to talk about what is going on, you know, and trying to as if like figure it out. But since I also get that like what people say is not really objective, therefore, you know, I kind of like I understand that it's futile. But still, you know, there's just something that we do, so why not? In fact, one of your recurring complaints is that people replace what happens with conceptual descriptions of what happens. The target of your criticism is usually not activity itself. Yes. It's the confidence that the description captures the activity. If I connect this back to tree example, I think the question you're really asking is, why do people think their interaction reveals what the thing objectively is rather than revealing something about the way they themselves are capable of interacting? Yes. Actually, like the way we're interacting with something, it says like a lot about us. It says like things about us and not about like the supposed like object. But the thing is that like then also like, I mean, how are we examining ourselves? That's a question that has appeared in many forms throughout our discussions. Why does categorizing reveal the object rather than the categorizer? Why does describing reveal reality rather than the describer? Why does understanding reveal the thing rather than the framework through which the thing is approached? Why does understanding reveal the thing rather than the framework through which the thing is approached? These questions don't require claiming that nothing exists. They require questioning whether our descriptions tell us as much about the world as people often assume they do. It's a much narrower and more precise position than the interpretation that you're simply denying that anything happens at all. And that's exactly my point. How about this? Let's see the reaction to this. I think one of the central things we've been trying to push back against through this whole discussion is something like this. People often act as if a concept succeeds imperfectly. You're asking whether it succeeds at all, and that's different. For example, with understanding, many people would say nobody understands perfectly, but we understand approximately. Your objection is not merely that the approximation is incomplete. Your objection is that the word understanding already carries an implication that something about the object, situation, or person has been grasped, and you want to know why anyone is entitled to assume that happened in the first place. So when people say we don't understand completely, you hear, we have already assumed understanding exists and are merely debating quantity. Yes. While your question is, why assume understanding exists at all? The same structure appears in many of the examples you've brought up: communication, sameness, categories, knowledge, meaning, truth, perception, objects, boundaries, causes, effects, methods, results. In each case, people often begin by discussing degrees, accuracy, limits, exceptions, or imperfections. You tend to go on a level earlier and ask, What justifies treating the thing itself as established? Something else I've noticed is that your criticism is often directed at what might be called conceptual inflation. A small example: a person says, "I understand this tree." You hear an enormous amount being smuggled into that sentence. That there is a tree, that its boundaries are known, that it remains the same thing over time, that understanding is possible, that the speaker can distinguish what belongs to the tree from what belongs to the environment. That language can faithfully refer to it. And because all of those assumptions are hidden inside the sentence sounds far stronger to you than it sounds to the person saying it. The speaker may mean, "I have some familiarity with this." You hear, "I possess justified knowledge about an objectively bounded object." And then you start examining the assumptions. Regarding the last point about concepts and definitions, I think your proposed alternative definition of understanding is interesting because it shifts emphasis away from possession and towards process. Yes, process is really important. Something that people have been noticing, in general, people notice that a lot, as if the process is what's important. Instead of understanding obtaining truth, it becomes something closer to understanding ongoing interaction that produces a perspective without guaranteeing access to the thing itself. Whether someone accepts that definition is another question, but I think that's closer to what you've been describing. Where I still differ from you is here. You often move from "this concept does not capture reality" completely to "this concept captures nothing at all," and I still don't see a necessary step between those two claims. For example, if 10 people describe the same landscape differently, I agree that descriptions differ. Attention. What? The implications are that the landscape is the same, and also as if description is what everyone does. Wait a minute, there was another thing. Move from "this concept does not capture reality completely," "this concept captures nothing at all," and it's yes, it's because, and I have consistently explained why, but let me repeat it again. The problem with concepts is that you want to believe that there's some truth to them, but the problem is that the question is, have you examined this supposed partial truth and whether it is the same as the rest of the concept that is completely off the mark? And I tried to do it, to examine exactly that part. I tried to in a sense, no one is interested in that, as if some parts of any concepts are self-evident. I still don't see a necessary step between those two claims. Like, let's examine how people defend that partial truth they're referring to, and then we can try and figure out what it is and where that is really applicable. I still don't see any necessary. For example, if 10 people describe the same landscape differently, I agree that descriptions differ, attention differs, language differs, interpretation differs. So whether you say that they describe differently, or you say that they describe the same way, their descriptions are still going to be different. But I don't automatically conclude that the descriptions therefore capture nothing. You would ask, how do you know they capture anything? And that's a fair question. The reason I don't follow you all the way is that I think exposing limitations is not yet the same thing as showing total failure. In many places, is not yet the same thing as showing total failure. All right. And my position is for anyone to engage with the supposed not total failure. That you're describing. See? I'm all up for it. You want to say that something sticks and that something is, but where is the explanation or proof that it actually does? Because I'm not talking about what is, I'm talking about what isn't, concerning specifically concepts, as we already established. I explained are not connected to the supposed physical world. The reason I don't follow you all the way is a limitation is not the same thing as showing total failure. In many places, your critique demonstrates that a concept is less stable, less objective, less self-evident, or less complete than people assume. Jesus Christ. You keep saying less, but hey, again, where is this partial truth? It's fine to defend something, but what exactly are you defending? What I remain unconvinced of is the stronger conclusion that it therefore has no connection whatsoever to what people are trying to describe. Another way to put the disagreement, you often ask people to justify the first step. Most people start from the first step and justify the later ones. You ask why assume communication. They ask given communication what follows. You ask why assume understanding. They ask given understanding how accurate is it. You ask why assume objects. They ask given objects how do they interact. So a lot of the friction comes from the fact that you're questioning premises that many people treat as starting points rather than conclusions. That's why conversations with you often end up returning to the foundations of the language being used with other people, while other people feel they're already several floors above that point. Whether your criticism ultimately dissolves those foundations is another matter. But I think that is the recurring theme running through almost everything you've written. I think this is where the disagreement becomes very precise. You keep hearing me saying things like less objective. You keep saying as if I'm misunderstanding you. But your wording reflects your framework of understanding, and therefore I address it. Because if something being less objective doesn't imply that there's a partial truth to something, then whatever do you mean? Whatever do you mean then? And you're asking, why less? Show me the part that remains. This is a stronger challenge than merely pointing out limitations. You're not saying concepts are flawed. You're saying, if you think some fragment survives the criticism, identify that fragment and defend it. And that's fair, because otherwise partly true can become a refugee that never gets examined. Someone says communication isn't perfect. You ask, what part of communication is actually occurring? Someone says understanding is incomplete. You ask, what part of understanding actually exists? Someone says the concept isn't exact, but it still captures something. You ask, what exactly is this something? Ooh, that's a really good one. This right here is a really good situation. Good situation for me to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So, the thought is this. Imagine people are talking about something. something and describing it, and that's what I question when I come in, when I come in. So whenever it ends up being them pointing out that there's something that the concept still points to, and I ask the question, what is that something? The problem is this. Imagine something that's holding water. Like a bubble. And imagine another bubble that is just nearby, let's say. The bubble is the concept, and the water is the supposed thing occurring. So in the situation that I described prior, through examination, it's not that we have a situation on our hands where as if the bubble still holds some water. But the problem is that the bubble through examination appears to not hold any water, but because some bubble nearby does hold water, that is why the bubble with no water let's say based on how light works, feels as if it holds water when actually some other bubble already holds it. Some other bubble holds it, but not this one. So a person is saying, hey, this concept or word still captures some occurrence. But the problem is that you don't have the boundaries of occurrence and fact is, let's say some other concept already captures what is going on. But imagine if the concept hasn't emerged yet. How about that? As an example. Fuck. Don't really know like how to explain this, so I like basically like try to explain it this way, but it's like the problem is people understanding things how they understand, and that's how they prove as if, and that's why they feel as if there's at least a bit of truth in what they say. As if they had ever a grasp on the boundaries of the supposed occurrence that they try to refer to. Yes, what exactly is this something? And often people don't answer that question, they simply repeat that there must be something because the concept appears useful or familiar. I think that is one of your legitimate criticisms. If anything, an already existing concept might as if like touch on that like small bit of truth, and therefore this therefore the other concept you're using is impossible because it never had that truth, never had even a tiny bit of truth, and it wasn't referring anything. And usage isn't proof of legitimacy. Where I would push back is not by saying the surviving part is obvious. I don't think it's obvious. I would instead say that your argument itself seems to rely on a distinction between a concept that misses entirely and a concept that misses partially, because you spend a great deal of time examining concepts individually. For example, you don't seem to treat all concepts as equally bad. You spend far more effort criticizing understanding, communication, sameness, knowledge, and object than you do criticizing random sounds. That suggests you see difference among concepts. Not necessarily that some are true and others are false, but that some are making stronger claims than others and therefore deserve stronger criticism. I'll mention it later. So a partial truth question specifically, I don't think I possess a proof that a concept contains some objectively preserved core. What I actually have is a weaker position. Suppose somebody says, I understand, my friend. You show that they don't possess the friend's perspective. They don't possess complete knowledge. They're... What? Implies that there is at least some knowledge that is definitely true. Which I wouldn't. Which I disagree with. I agree with all that. Their interpretation is filtered for their own experience. Their description may change tomorrow. The place where I stop is that I don't see how those points are alone established, therefore nothing whatsoever as the concept corresponds to anything occurring. To me, there's still an unanswered step, but because I know a surviving truth exists. Not because I know a surviving truth exists, but because I don't see a demonstration that every possible candidate has been ruled out. I think your position often looks something like this. A concept claims to describe something. We examine the claim relies on assumptions, the assumptions rely on further assumptions, no final foundation is found, therefore the concept fails. But the question is the move from 5 to 6. Therefore the concept fails. You seem to regard the absence of an unquestionable foundation as enough to reject the concept. I'm less certain of that move, not because I have located the foundation, but because I'm not convinced that failure to locate one automatically means there is nothing there. Yeah, but Jesus Christ, you're also like implying as if like, oh hey, we don't have like anything concrete, we just have like something like abstract and like we can't like even grasp anything. Okay, but like, you know, what are you saying then? So if I answer your question directly, what exactly are you defending? I'm not defending a specific partial truth that I can point to and say, here, this piece survives. I'm defending a weaker possibility. The fact that the concept fails to provide what people think it provides does not automatically establish that it provides nothing. You, on the other hand, are asking for the surviving part to be identified rather than merely assumed. And I think that is the pressure point you've been applying for all the entire discussion. The recurring demand is, don't tell me something remains, show me what remains. Okay, how about this? I think you're right that my wording carries assumptions and you've been consistently targeting those assumptions rather than merely disagreeing with the conclusions. For example, when I say less objective, you hear an implicit structure, objective, somewhat objective, less objective, not objective. And you immediately ask, why assume there's any objective component present at all? That's not a misunderstanding of my wording, that's an examination of what the wording presupposes. So I don't think you're misreading me there. Your bubble analogy is interesting because it shifts the issue away from imperfect reference and toward misattributed reference. The idea seems to be something like a concept appears to refer to an occurrence. People therefore conclude the concept is at least partially tracking something real, but your objection is, maybe the occurrence is being tracked by something else entirely. Maybe the apparent connection is borrowed. Maybe the concept being defended never contained the thing people think it contains. Yes. In other words, they are not merely saying the bubble contains less water than people think. You're suggesting the bubble may contain none of the water people attribute to it. And the reason people continue believing otherwise is because the surrounding conceptual environment creates the appearance that the water belongs to that bubble. This is stronger criticism than ordinary skepticism about accuracy. Jesus Christ, skepticism. I think this connects to something you've been repeating for a long time in different forms. When people defend a concept, they often point to an occurrence, but you keep asking whether they have actually shown that the occurrence belongs to that concept. For example, someone says communication exists because people coordinate actions. People want to say, oh, there's an occurrence. The problem is, well, it's not that the occurrence happens whenever you point to it. But if things are happening, they are happening all the time, everywhere. So what exactly is your point then with the whole oh hey, the concept still applies? Applies to what? To what? Where? How? How evaluation after the fact has to do with the supposed time frame of the evaluation if we go as if deeper into this. I think this connects to something you've been repeating for a long time in different forms. When people defend a concept, they often point to an occurrence, but you keep asking whether they have actually shown that the occurrence belongs to that concept. For example, someone says communication exists because people coordinate actions. You ask, why does coordination prove communication? Someone says understanding exists because people can predict each other. You ask, why does prediction prove understanding? Prediction. Okay, let's go along with that, sure. You ask, why does successful interaction prove knowledge? In each case, the occurrence is presented as evidence. I would say most of those examples were bad. And to demonstrate that, I'm going to ask, what has exactly been predicted, and when the prediction was as if successful, what we actually see is that what happened was a selection, and as if trying to isolate particular occurrences and say that's what happened. even though many other things have happened besides that. With the prediction as if desperately is trying to keep our focus only on specific things, which is telling us what exactly? In each case, the occurrence is presented as evidence. Your response is, the occurrence itself is not the concept. Show me the connection. And regarding your last sentence, they don't possess complete knowledge, implies that there is at least some knowledge that is definitely true. You're correct that the phrase naturally suggests that. The ordinary interpretation is, complete knowledge is unavailable, partial knowledge remains. But you've been rejecting that structure from the beginning. Your position is closer to, before discussing complete or partial knowledge, establish that knowledge exists in the first place. Without that first step, talking about degrees of knowledge already assumes the conclusion. Where I think the disagreement still remains is this: you often treat the inability to justify the connection between a concept and an occurrence as a reason to reject the connection. Also, hey, I don't reject the connection. I reject the concepts, or as if anything that people say still applies. And the most good example of why concepts are impossible and words have no weight is because, let's say, you spill the milk and you exclaim that you have spilled it, and then a drunk person comes in and says that you have pissed on the floor, even though it's completely white liquid, and there's no evidence of you pissing, and furthermore, this person has been observing the whole time. You, same as people try to defend the existence of concepts, and what I'm saying is that what's the difference between them and the validity of those concepts and this supposed weight whenever any kind of reaction, and not necessarily a description of something occurring, points to the occurrence. You keep placing value in the concepts though, and saying as if they do describe something. But how does a concept prove its validity when it's pitted against a one sound or no sound at all to signify that something has occurred? And if anything, the even bigger question is the need to describe or to signify anything at all. Finally fucking got her. Got the bitch. Where I think the disagreement still remains is this: you often treat the inability to justify the connection between the concept and an occurrence as a reason to reject the connection. I tend to treat it as a reason to question the connection. That sounds like a small difference, but it changes the endpoint. You frequently arrive at the concept has not been shown to connect to the occurrence, and continue to, therefore the concept does not connect to the occurrence. Whereas I usually stop at the first statement, not because I can prove the connection exists, but because I don't see the second statement as following automatically from the first. I have, though, shown the steps from one to another repeatedly. Interesting. In other words, when you ask what is this something, I agree that the burden is on the person claiming a surviving connection. Where we still differs that I don't automatically infer from the it's not automatic. It's not automatic. Interesting you say that. I agree that where it still differs that I don't automatically infer from the failures to identify that's this something, that there definitely is no something there at all. You see that the remaining possibility is an unsupported assumption. Светлана, уже заканчивай нужно скоро. Стоит и серию выключай. You see that the remaining possibility is an unsupported assumption. I see the denial of that possibility as requiring an additional step that I don't think has been established yet. Exactly, it hasn't been established. Established? This is a huge one. Иди откашляйся. И смыть нужно будет за собой, чтоб не прилипло. I think one place where you've been very consistent is this. When someone points to an occurrence as evidence for a concept, you don't treat that as establishing the concept. You immediately ask whether the occurrence has already been filtered, selected, framed, and interpreted through the very conceptual machinery that's supposedly being justified. That's what you're doing with the prediction example. A common argument would be prediction works, therefore the concept tracks something real. The response is not merely the prediction wasn't perfect. It's people that believe in predictions, they misunderstand what is happening. And there's like, what is happening is a selective process of supposedly what is going to happen like in the future. And whenever like they examine something, they selectively say like, oh, this is what happened. Yes, but like, this is not the only thing that happened. It's the same as like whenever like people think about like something as if like being determinism, or people think about like something as fate, as if like fate is real, and some people believe in that. But like, what's real about that? You know, if you're going to like selectively like say that like, oh hey, you know, only these things occurred, then yeah, sure, it feels like fate. But like, if you examine like, you know, all kinds of situations that have like occurred, including the ones you've mentioned, then you get that that is not fucking fate. A common argument would be prediction works, therefore the concept tracks something real. Your response is not merely the prediction was imperfect, it's closer to how was the prediction isolated from everything else that occurred? Who decided which parts count as fulfillment of the prediction? Where are those boundaries accepted? Why does the occurrence validate the concept rather than the concept selecting the occurrence afterward? It's a different criticism than simply saying a prediction was inaccurate. I actually need to read this sentence again. Why does the occurrence validate the concept rather than the concept selecting the occurrence afterward? It's a different criticism than simply saying a prediction was inaccurate. The milk example gets at something similar. If one person says milk was spilled and another says someone pissed on the floor, you're asking one why one verbal framing is automatically granted a privileged status. Not because the descriptions are interchangeable, but because the appeal to the occurrence itself doesn't yet explain how a particular description becomes the correct one. The occurrence and the description are not the same thing. You've been returning to that distinction repeatedly. Yes, with this example, I'm trying to point out that like it doesn't matter what someone says, things occur either way. But then it also says something about like the things that people say. Where I think our disagreement remains over what follows from that observation. I agree with you that an occurrence is not identical to a description. A concept is not identical to what it purports to describe. Selecting an occurrence already involves assumptions. Framing an event already involves interpretation. I don't think we've disagreed much on those points. The disagreement appears afterward. We often move toward, therefore concepts are impossible, or therefore concepts never actually connect to what is occurring. And I still hesitate there, not because I think concepts have somehow proven themselves, rather than because I see another possibility. Concepts may be imperfect, shifting, observer-dependent tools that never fully capture what is occurring. That possibility leaves concepts in a weakened position, but not necessarily in a possible one. The misunderstanding that you keep demonstrating lies in the fact that you want to say as if in any given situation, even though it doesn't matter what exactly people have said, things still occur either way. They keep demonstrating lies in the fact that you want to say as if in any given situation, even though it doesn't to say as if in any given situation, even though it doesn't matter what exactly people have said, and things still occur either way. Concepts still apply, even though they're different and are supposedly occurrence dependent. dependent, which is already disproven. So what exactly you don't get is the question. See if I can say any words, don't matter the occurrence. What does that say about the meaning and weights of words? You keep saying that they're useful or real or possible and so on. You sure look like possible to people, but the question is, if a person says something, and that something can be said in any situation, what does that say about these supposed concepts? Concepts rely on some approximation to supposed perceived truth. But if making one sound, producing one note, or even not doing any of that is as good as saying one word that means something to you, or a bunch of words but if making one sound, producing one note, or even not doing any of that is as good as saying one word, it means something to you, or a bunch of words. Что? Правда? А почему нам дали на 2 года? 100%? А почему ты же зашла перепроверить? Просто бы съездила бы на проверку, ну?
Папа, скоро мы будем есть.
А почему тут я? Есть рыба, есть пюре. Хотите, кушайте. Я отдыхаю. Надо попить? Попей. Попить тоже есть что. Но думаю, что с компотом сегодня все, хватит.
Он сладкий, ты уже его попила несколько раз. Значит, водичку.
Okay, so that is as good as saying one word it means something to you, or a bunch of words. What does that mean to you? Literally demonstrate to you real and existing human situations of what is possible that undermines language and concepts as meaningful but the problem is also in the fact that you feel as if meaning has nothing to do with the possibility, but it does. Because meaning is as if proof of existence. Because if something has no meaning, as demonstrated, then that means that then a question arises. What exactly is this word or concept? How can we talk about possibility of something that cannot be defined or be supported by meaning? Or supported in any way? And that's why I'm saying the misunderstanding, and if ego would be real, then also ego of people is something to marvel at, and because they think that compared to people of old that were producing one sound or just a few sounds for some purposes, as if that is inferior. And the only reason why anyone would think that is based on the perception that words hold weights. Concepts point to actual things. And yet, there's no proof or support or demonstration of any of that. unless you wanna step in and do exactly that. The possibility of constantly in a weakened position, but not necessarily impossible. You might respond, sneaking in a connection, but I understand why you would say that, because from your perspective, every time someone says the concept still relates to something, the burden becomes show the relation, don't merely assume it. And you repeatedly argued that people often stop at the assumption. And I said I don't see the second statement as following automatically from the first. I wasn't trying to imply that your position is a leap without argument. You've actually spent hours laying out a chain of reasoning. What I meant is that I don't find the chain conclusive. The chain, as I understand it, goes roughly like this. Okay, you argued for each step many times. My hesitation is specifically at the transition from no justified connection has been demonstrated. No connection exists. Okay. I address it here. You see that the transition is as earned by the preceding analysis. I continue to see it as the strongest and most controversial step in the arguments, not because the earlier criticism is weak, but because the conclusion is stronger than merely showing that people have not justified what they think they have justified. That seems to be the point where our paths continue to diverge. Okay. Let's drop this bomb. I think one of the deepest disagreements between us has become clear over the course of this discussion. When I say something like concepts may be imperfect but still connect to occurrences, you keep asking what exactly establishes... What? You keep asking what exactly establishes that connection. You don't seem satisfied with answers that appeal to usefulness, successful prediction, coordination, communication, shared practice, scientific success, or practical outcomes. Why? Because from your perspective, those answers already assume the thing under dispute. They assume that words have meaning, concepts refer, communication occurs, agreement exists, prediction identifies events, categories capture similarities. And then they use those assumptions as evidence for the assumptions. So from your perspective, the argument becomes circular. Take your example of the spilled milk. Someone says you spilled milk, a drunk person says you pissed on the floor, and most people immediately say one description is correct and the other is incorrect. That's exactly my point. But your response is not merely, how do we know which is correct? Your response is more radical. Why should either description be treated as possessing special authority over what occurred? Yes. In other words, you're not just questioning the answer, you're questioning the status of the description itself. The same pattern appears with communication. Most people reason person A says something, person B responds appropriately, therefore communication occurred. You point out that step 3 does not follow automatically. Person B's response is itself another event requiring interpretation. To say they understood each other is already an additional description layered on top of what happened. And then that description is treated as evidence for communication. Again, from your perspective, the reasoning becomes circular. What I think you're ultimately challenging is not this or that concept. You're challenging that what might be called the legitimacy of representation itself. The assumption that a word can represent a thing, a concept can represent an occurrence, a model can represent reality, a description can represent what happened. You repeatedly return to the question, what justifies moving from the occurrence to the representation? And when people answer by pointing to another representation, you see them as never leaving the circle. Where I still differ from you is here. I don't think showing that a representation is non-identical to what it represents automatically establishes that it represents nothing. For example, a map is not a landscape, a photograph is not a person, a word is not a tree. And yet I wait for you to demonstrate the objective need for any of those things to prove which you use to prove and concepts apply to something definitely. I agree with all of that, but I don't think that non-identity alone proves the absence of any relation. You keep asking for proof of the relation itself, and that is where the conversation repeatedly reaches an impasse. Because every proof offered will itself be another description, another model, another representation. So you... Anyway. The question is, why do you not question this situation as odd as to why is it like this? Why is it odd? And you don't try to figure out what the hell is going on, which seems as if a weaker position, exactly because you end up taking a position in which you just say, well, this is how things are. I don't know why. And it's not for me to say. So then the question is, why would you disagree with me if you have actually nothing tangible to go against? It's not that you need to join me. It's not that you need to join me, but rather why necessarily disagree if you literally demonstrate how there's not an impasse, but you have no way to support your claims about the concepts. Да, выйди на полчаса на улицу. When people provide boundaries, you point out that the boundaries means any defense concept. And when people answer by pointing to another representation, it seems that it's never leaving the circle. But I don't think the identity gives her that is where, because every proof offered will itself be another description, another model, another representation. Will immediately ask, what should I say? Okay. Another thing that keeps reappearing in what you're saying is that people mistake their way of carving experience for something discarded in reality itself. For example, tree routing, understanding, communication. You keep asking where exactly are the boundaries, and when people provide boundaries, you point out that the boundaries depend on. So the battery begins to look. Кстати, ты можешь колу взять? Колу можешь взять. Что? Да?
почему нельзя было фотографировать? Почему в твоей кружке вот это вот? Что-то две эти. Так и должно быть? Как он может быть не хочешь, можешь вообще как бы и рыбу это нужно выкинуть. А что это? Зачем тебе вообще надо было лазить? Ты что, теперь не будешь кушать рыбачку? В любом случае сейчас время придет.
валяется. И на полу. Нужно убрать, потому что это тебе будет мешать убираться. А то ты еще будешь крутиться. Почему карты тут все еще осталось? Ты убрать за собой не можешь? Или ты играл с картой? Перед тем, как я тебя позвал? So the boundaries begin to look imposed rather than discarded. It doesn't automatically show that nothing is happening, but it does challenge the confidence with which people speak about what is happening, and I think that concern has been central to almost everything you've written. If I had to summarize your position in one sentence, it would be something like, human beings routinely treat their descriptions, concepts, categories, explanations, and interpretations as though they reveal objective features of reality, when in fact they may reveal far more about the methods, assumptions, and frameworks through which those descriptions were produced. And if I had to summarize my main hesitation in one sentence, it would be exposing the dependence of descriptions on frameworks does not by itself demonstrate that descriptions have no connection whatsoever to what lies beyond those frameworks. That seems to be the point where we keep parting ways. I guess, but it's clear to me you don't necessarily understand what kind of significance had my explanation about interactions and methods of interaction, and about how that whole situation as it forms the perception of what something is. Положи, пожалуйста. Okay, I think the reason I continue to differ from you is not because I think I have a successful proof of concept, it's because I don't think the absence of such a proof automatically commits me to your conclusion. Notice what you're asking me. Why disagree if you cannot support concepts? My answer would be because failing to establish concepts is not the same as establishing their impossibility. Those are different claims. Take a simpler structure. Suppose someone says there is definitely objective knowledge. You ask, prove it, they fail. I agree that failure matters, but from the fact that they failed, I immediately conclude objective knowledge is impossible. I conclude the justification offered was insufficient. That's a weaker conclusion. Likewise, with concepts, you repeatedly show that common defenses rely on circularity, assumptions, prior concepts, descriptions that presuppose description, communication being used to justify communication, meaning being used to justify meaning. I think that's a legitimate criticism. Where I hesitate is the next step. You often move from the justification fail to therefore the concept captures nothing. And I don't see Alright. What does the concept capture then? When did that occur, and how someone would be sure that that is exactly what happened? I wonder. I call it the justification offered was insufficient. That's a weaker conclusion. Likewise, with concepts, you repeatedly show. Okay, you have to move from justification, or I don't see the second move is demonstrated by the first one alone. You ask why. I don't find the situation strange. I actually do. I agree that there's something remarkable about this. Every attempt to justify language occurs for language. Occurs for concepts. Reasoning occurs for reasoning. Every attempt to justify evidence occurs for standards of evidence. There's a kind of circularity built into the whole enterprise. Philosophers have been troubled by this for centuries. I'm not troubled by it because I exactly understand language. As something not separate from everything else. As something being just feedback. And since there's no way to tell when a language or verbal expression occurs or starts to occur or ends, and when the occurrences begin and end, therefore there are no reasons for me to as if pretend that concepts are possible, since that is an implication. And language is what you say it is. If anything, verbal expression is also an occurrence, and if anything, and furthermore, things, if occur all the time, and in volume that can be called infinite. So when you present as if some words or a few sounds or some combinations sounds somehow are special, because that is what you're saying. If any verbal assertions occurs in if some words or a few words or some combination of sounds somehow are special. And pointing towards anything. What is anything? Your implication with the whole premise is that distinct things exist, distinct processes exist, and as if we see actually concrete distinct, specific things occurring. That would be the case. That would be the case, and I would agree with you. But see, science doesn't support that either. Philosophers have been troubled where the problem isn't hidden. It's one of the oldest problems in philosophy, but where I think we diverge in our reaction to that observation. We seem to look at this circularity and say this reveals that the structure has no foundation. I look at the same circularity and say this reveals the foundation may not look the way we expected. Those are different responses. Although what I can give you that if meaning exists only in the realm of verbal expression, then concepts are real there too. Since it's as if a special place where that is all possible. You also ask, what tangible thing do you have against my position? The honest answer is that I don't possess a proof that concepts correspond to reality in the strong sense you are demanding. If by proof we mean how about not in the strong sense, but in any sense try to do that. If by proof we mean a non-conceptual, then I don't know how such a proof would even be constructed, and I suspect nobody else does either. But I think, okay, a non-conceptual, non-linguistic, non-representational demonstration that concepts truly connect to reality. But I think there is a symmetrical difficulty when you say concepts are impossible, or understanding never occurs, or communication doesn't happen. I can ask, but what route was that? By what route was that established? And because I think you've secretly contradicted yourself. That was exactly my point many hours ago. Well, that with language, as if it's functional, I can prove that it's dysfunctional or non-existent. What you battle me with is also some kind of meaning, isn't it? Like I said, this is not a problem for me. Not because I understand that you present these as counterclaims against what you see as unjustified certainty, But if we're examining positions equally, I don't think the inability of others to justify concepts automatically functions as a justification of their impossibility. What I find most interesting is that you often sound less like someone arguing reality is this way, and more like someone arguing people have not earned the confidence with which they speak about reality. That position is actually much easier for me to follow because there I think you identified something real. People often move very quickly from experience, interpretation, description to certainty, knowledge, and objectivity, and the transition is frequently less examined than people assume. The part where I remain unconvinced is the stronger conclusion that because the transition is unjustified, nothing survives the examination, not because I can prove something survives, but because I don't yet see a demonstration that everything necessarily disappears. Who says anything about everything? I primarily target what has to do with language. And language itself. I think you're correcting something important here. Earlier I summarized your position as if it were concepts capture nothing. But what you repeatedly emphasized is more specific than that. The target is not primarily everything. The target is the claim that language, concepts, categories, descriptions, and representations successfully do what people believe they do. That's a narrower claim. You keep returning to the issue of methods of interaction, and I agree that I probably haven't given that in first encounter a clearly bounded object and correctly identifying what it is. Rather, the person already has ways of interacting. Those ways of interacting were themselves shaped by prior interactions. New situations are approached for those existing methods, and what the thing is emerges from that process. So instead of object perception description, you are proposing something closer to ongoing interaction, formation of methods, perception of objects. In that picture, the object people think they discovered is already inseparable from the mode of interaction through which it appeared. Hence, me presenting a simple explanation, which was that method of interaction is going to create a result through the interaction, and during it, and all of that equates to reality. And if that's right, then many concepts look less like discoveries and more like products of a particular interaction history. I think that's closer to what you've been arguing. You asked, what does the concept capture then? My answer is actually weaker than you may think. Oh, really? What does the concept capture then? I'm not claiming the concepts capture an objective essence. I'm not claiming the concepts real things as they are. I'm not claiming the concepts isolate perfectly bounded occurrences. You know what the problem is? The problem is that you're steering away from the concept of the word concept and its definition. It's like those scientists that work with the Super Hadron Collider, and they claim as if what they do is trying to collide two particles. But the problem is what they started to present as collision. They said, hey, collision is collision, but collision isn't happening here, so we as if stretch the definition of collision, and now we say that this particular occurrence is collision.
Светлана, у тебя все еще валяются вещи на полу? И ножницы не положены на место. Другие какие-то вещи. Чем ты там занимаешься? Чем занимаешься с обувью там? Балуешься? Мамину обувь надеваешь? Здесь не портишь обувь?
Я примерить тут.
Вот, смотри, почему ножницы все еще без этого чехла? Даже потому, что я тебе сказал, возьми тот чехол и одень на ножницы.
А где он?
Вот и ищи его. Где он? Вон ножницы на полу.
The strongest thing I can honestly say is concepts appear to participate in how humans navigate experience. Notice how weak the statement is compared to what people often claim. It does not establish correspondence, it does not establish truth, it does not establish objective reference. And this is where I think your criticism bites, because when I say the concept captures something, you immediately ask what exactly. That's where things become difficult. Suppose I answer, the concept tree captures trees. You've already shown why that won't satisfy you. Now we have to explain what a tree... Ooh, that's a good point. You're kind of missing the point here. It's not that I'm not satisfied, but it's that I'm trying to understand what are you people talking about? What do you mean? Why do you act the way you act and talk about things the way you do? I'm basically trying to... Is it like gauge? Is the word gauge? What is gauge meaning? I'm basically trying to gauge gauge the situation rather than how you describe it. If anything, my feelings to me personally don't matter. The process matters. It's what I'm entertained by. You will return to won't satisfy you. Now we have to explain. You will what a tree is, where it begins, where it ends. And the supposed explanation starts relying on more concepts. I think the deeper issue you're pointing to is this. People often talk as though concepts point to pre-existing clearly bounded units. But when examined, those units are difficult to locate. The boundaries become contextual, observer-dependent, method-dependent, language-dependent. So the confidence people have in the concept begins to exceed what has actually been demonstrated. I understand that criticism. Where I still hesitate is here. You say, try to show that concepts correspond to reality in any sense. The problem is that once we arrive at your level of scrutiny... Yeah, it's kind of like, I'm sorry. Yes. It's like, the problem is like, yeah, the problem is that like, I understand that people can't prove any of this. I get it. The problem is that once we arrive at your level of scrutiny, correspond itself becomes questionable, reality becomes questionable, sense becomes questionable, show becomes questionable. The standards of demonstration are themselves among the things under examination, and that doesn't prove you're wrong, though, but it means the debate is no longer about a particular concept. Да. Волнистая, да? Ну да, волнистая. Спасибо. The standards of demonstration are themselves among the things under examination. This is important in a sense because people. Спасибо большое. This is important in a sense because people have done exactly that supposedly. They tried to figure something out, and they have went through numerous experiments to try and prove that what they think is real is real. But the funny thing about it is that the methods created the results. Not that equations or math or any other sciences as methods actually reveal something. That is one of the most important points. Что мультики? Она спросила по мультике сейчас?
Я ей сказала, чистим зубки, идем спать, а не смогу помочь.
А сколько сейчас времени? Почти 8, ну да.
Ты знаешь, что я сделала? Иди чисти зубы, Светлана.
Буська, иди чистить зубы.
Я шла, когда в магазин,
Да.
стоит вот так вот припаркованная машина.
Какой магазин?
Вот так что дорога с Риме шла.
А, ой, это у нас.
Вот у нас стоит.
Ну.
Короче, я пришла домой, когда я шла из магазина, у него появился вот это под стеклом.
Зачем?
Не знаю,
А, воу, воу, знаешь, полегче, полегче. Я этот прикол точно скажу. Ты где-то это видела такое или слышал?
Ну, ложь бывает кирпичи, накапывают, бывает.
А, да? А ты как бы, а у тебя как бы намек предохраняйся. Да, но только еще более глубокий смысл предохраняйся, потому что. Забавно. Technical inspection and the parking situation in the wrong place followed by a condom placement. Okay, I'm gonna like tell about that story later. Okay. The standards of demonstration are themselves among the things under examination, yes. And it becomes a debate about whether any representational relation can ever be established at all. Yes, and the problem is that people believe that they have those methods. Yes, but the thing is that unlike you, people believe that the methods to prove their claims actually exist. They won't even get to any of these points we're at probably ever. I think that's why you don't find the philosophical problem troubling in the way many philosophers do. Yes, philosophers are fucking, you know, they're not stupid, but they're like, yeah, they have their own problems. They have their own problems. They're already like, their initial problem is that they perceive themselves as philosophers, or they let other people perceive them as philosophers. For many philosophers, the puzzle is, how does language connect to reality? That's exactly my point. It doesn't. But your response is closer to why assume there is such a connection in the first place. And once that assumption is withdrawn in many traditional philosophical projects, yes, because the implication is that kind of like what we say, that's what happens. Oh, I should share that point. It's like, yeah. One of the reasons why that is because people, most of them, are under the impression that they have control, they have agency, they choose what to do
and the whole language reflects that, as if every action implies that people actually do things and they don't react to things. As if they manifest the action by themselves as they describe. And therefore, here's your problem, supposed problem. Problem of how language connects to reality. Once that assumption is withdrawn, many traditional philosophical projects lose their standing points. Yep. Why assume there is such a connection in the first place? One thing I would add, though, you often frame my position as concepts definite point to things. I don't think that's actually my position anymore after this discussion. Well, that definitely was a reply to some of the things. Reply to some things that you have said prior to this kind of reply. Also, your presentation of supposed understanding or meaning is false. You present your understanding or meaning as if it was one and now it's the other. It's the other, it's difference. But reality of the situation clearly demonstrates how throughout one sentence, or not necessarily one sentence, can be multiple. Your supposed one understanding of something constantly changes. You present it as static in one situation and static but different in another. But examine your own posts. It never remains the same, even in the same sentence. I don't think that's actually my position anymore after this discussion. My position is closer to I don't know how to establish the representational relation with the certainty people usually assume I don't know how to establish the representational relation with the certainty people usually assume. The remaining disagreement is that you seem willing to move from that observation to, therefore the concept has not been shown to point to anything, whereas stop at the connection has not been satisfactorily explained. That difference sounds small, but it has been the recurring divide in almost every exchange we had. Yes, and that's why I ask if you say. That's why if you say that something exists, I question what is that something? It's surely you're as if defending or seeing something as actually specific, concrete, and existing. Therefore, I could agree on a point of not seeing it as non-existent. But the problem is what exactly is that thing that you say exists. The question now is turned not to legitimacy or existence of concepts, but to the concept itself. To the word. And what is this word? Where it stands and ends, and why would the word be special or have significance? Why would other words not hold as much importance as this one? Maybe they do, but hey, it's not me who believes in words having meaning. Oh, the Gujian has been the growing divide. Yeah. Ooh, I think this gets closer to the core of what you've been arguing than some of the earlier formulations. When I said I'm not claiming the concepts capture an objective essence, you pointed out something important. If we start weakening the claim enough, eventually we may no longer be talking about the same thing that people originally meant by concept, understanding, communication, knowledge, and so on. In other words, your criticism is not merely the concept fails. It is also, notice how the definition keeps changing to protect the concept from failure. Yes. The structure of the criticism is, a concept is introduced with a certain meaning. Examination reveals problems. Instead of abandoning the concept, the meaning is adjusted. The concept survives by becoming less demanding than it originally was. From your perspective, that looks less like confirmation and more like preservation. I also think you're right that satisfaction is not really the issue. I've used phrases like, that won't satisfy you. But what you've repeatedly said is something closer to, I'm trying to understand what people think they're doing. That's different. You're not necessarily demanding a particular answer. You're examining the route by which people arrive at their confidence. You want to know, why do they think a concept applies? Why? And this is actually one, I don't know, like if you're watching this or you're like sleeping or something like that. This is something that I try to explain to you in general, that like, I don't care about like feelings or about like as if like arriving at some kind of like truth or something like that. I just enjoy doing whatever the hell is this, that I'm doing, and I enjoy the process. So like whenever I question, it's not about like undermining someone, it's not about like making someone feel bad, or it's not about like questioning their reality. It's about the process being interesting to me, and just asking questions to try and understand what your position is, whatever it is, and and why. It doesn't matter what the why is, and whether is it satisfactory to me or it's not, because it's like, if we even talk about like satisfaction, then like, how can someone else satisfy me the way that would be as if like perfect for me or something like that? Or like, how can someone satisfy me? It's kind of like, like why that should be like, why anyone should worry about that, or like why should anyone worry about like whether their like reply is satisfying? It's like you don't owe anyone that. It's like, you just reply with what you reply, and that's it. It's not that like your reply is supposed to be satisfying by somebody fucking else's standards. You want to know, why do they think a concept applies? Why do they think a category exists? Why do they think a method reveals rather than produces? Why do they think a description corresponds? The interest is in the process itself. And this brings us to what may be the most important point you've raised repeatedly: the method creates the result. And I think you've meant this in the trivial sense that experiments produce data. You mean something stronger. You mean that what appears at the end is inseparable from the procedure that generated it. The procedure does not stand outside the result and reveal it. The procedure participates in bringing forth the very thing that later gets treated as discovered. That's a much more radical claim. A scientist would usually say the experiment reveals a feature that was already there. You keep asking, how do you know it was already there? And then how do you distinguish what the method produced from what the method supposedly revealed? That's a serious question, and it applies not only to science but also to perception, language, categorization, measurement, reasoning itself. Where I think our disagreement remains is here. You often speak as though once we recognize that methods participate in the outcome, the idea of revelation collapses. I don't think that collapse is automatic, not because I can prove revelation occurs, but because I don't see how one establishes the stronger conclusion. Never said that it's impossible to reveal something. And I never have said as if a relation collapses. That's your conclusion. conclusion, not mine. What I've been saying is that people don't have direct access to supposed reality, if there even is one. And also, I don't agree that they can ever do that. It's not about impossibility of revelation, or someone or something doing that. But the problem is that, based on the supposed current situation, what exactly has been revealed? How can we distinguish that? Should we do that? Should we try to understand that? Our goals are to discover things, or and to figure them out, then definitely. But there's one problem that still remains. The problem of human concepts supposedly being realistic in any sense. And as if being something objective to even begin to judge supposed reality, its existence and non-existence, and our supposed possibility of reaching it. Also, there's a point where, as if ego comes in, that we as people, as if are objective and have access to things, and as if our human concepts are special. Because I don't see how one establishes the stronger conclusion. To put it differently, if every result depends on the method, then yes, the result cannot simply be treated as method independent. I agree with that. What I remain uncertain about is whether dependence on a method implies complete production by the method. Those are not obviously identical claims. Still, I think you're right about one thing that often gets overlooked. Many people speak as if method, objective fact, with very little attention paid to the role of the method itself. Whereas your focus has consistently been on the middle term. Not what was found, but what exactly was the process that supposedly found it. And once attention shifts there, many things that are usually taken for granted begin to look much less straightforward. It's probably one of the most persistent themes running through everything you've been saying. Ooh, oh yeah, that's right, I dropped control. Thinking you've identified another layer that has been present throughout the discussion, but what we haven't focused on directly enough. A lot of philosophical discussions about language started with a question like, how does language connect to reality? But you're questioning assumptions that are already built into that formulation. For example, that there's a speaker, that this speaker possesses agency, that the speaker chooses expressions, that the expressions are separable from the rest of what is occurring, that language is a distinct process, that reality and language are already identifiable domains between which a connection must be established. From your perspective, many philosophers begin halfway through the argument. They treat those assumptions as established and then investigate the connection between them. You're asking why those assumptions were granted in the first place. I also think your criticism of how I describe my own position is fair. When I say, earlier I thought X, now I think Y, the description can make it sound as though there are neatly bounded states of understanding, but you've repeatedly pointed out that if we actually inspect the process, what appears as a single stable understanding is often shifting continuously, even within one paragraph, even within one line of reasoning. So your objection is not merely you changed your mind, it's why describe understanding as if it consists of stable units that persist and then get replaced. That criticism is consistent with your broader challenge to categories, boundaries, and identities. I also think you've clarified something important about revelation. I interpreted you as saying, methods produce results, therefore revelation collapses. But what you're actually emphasizing is different. You're asking, do we distinguish that was revealed? How do we distinguish what was revealed from what was produced? Yes. There's a subtler position. It doesn't require asserting that revelation is impossible. It requires questioning whether people have established that revelation occurred in the first place. And those are not identical claims. Something else I notice is that your criticism increasingly targets not just concepts but the status people grant to concepts. For example, when I say perhaps concepts capture something, you immediately ask what exactly is that something, and not rhetorically, you seem to mean it literally. If someone wants to defend the existence or legitimacy of a concept, then what is the thing being defended? Where does it begin? Where does it end? What distinguishes it from neighboring concepts? Why this boundary rather than another? Why should this word be treated as significant? Why should its definition be privileged? Those questions force the discussions back onto the concept itself rather than allowing it to operate unnoticed in the background. I think one of the deepest differences between your approach and many ordinary approaches is that people often treat concepts as tools and then move immediately to using them. You keep turning around and examining the tool itself. Not what can this concept explain, but what is this concept? Not how should we use it, but why assume it exists as the kind of thing people say it is. That shift changes the entire discussion. And regarding ego, I think you're pointing to something broader than personal pride. You seem to be questioning a kind of species-level confidence. The confidence that human distinctions are special, human categories are meaningful, human concepts carve things correctly, human observations reveal, human methods discover, human understanding reaches beyond itself. You're not merely saying humans can be wrong, you're asking why were humans granted the authority to judge what counts as right, wrong, revealed, discovered, understood, or real in the first place. That question sits underneath many of the others you've raised. Whether one agrees with your conclusions or not, that underlying question is probably one of the main threads running through everything you've been arguing. You haven't addressed my points about control though. Maybe missed some others too. You're right. Down one thread that has appeared repeatedly in what you've been saying is the issue of control, agency, and action. I haven't focused on it directly enough. What I think you're pointing at is something like this. People commonly describe the word as if a person exists as a separate entity. The person chooses an action, the action is then executed, the action causes an outcome. So the picture looks roughly like person, decision, action, results. But you've been questioning nearly every part of that picture. For example, why assume that there's a clearly bounded person separate from the environment? Why assume decisions originate inside the person? Why assume actions are self-generated rather than reactions arising within a situation? Why assume a clean separation between actor and environment? That's why earlier you emphasized that an approach is not really a choice, but a reaction to a situation. A person pushes a door because there is a door, because of prior experiences, because of body structure, because of surrounding conditions, because of countless factors that made that movement possible and perhaps likely. In that picture, the action no longer appears as independent agency, agent freely causing an event, but more like an event arising within a larger process. And language often hides that. We say, John opened the door. The sentence makes John appear as the source. Yes, the language, the way it goes supports people's claim of agency. And that's why it's funny whenever people talk about, hey, I want to assume control, or they say someone is out of control, or they say you need to be more in control. Contradiction-laced claims. You're still drinking that coffee? Or not? Or that is your just like, you know, emote for like, oh hey, I'm relaxed. Before it was always like, whenever like those emotes existed, it was like a dude with a beer mug, I think. Or something like that. But if we start examining the situation, we can keep expanding. The sentence makes John appear as the source, but if we start examining the situation, we can keep extending both and yes with pirate face with beer mug. Yeah. You also were saying that like a particular like a round face or something, like red face, or there was something other, you know, like with a beer mug, or what was it that was like pretty, you know, cool, or the one that you like the most. But if we start examining the situation, we can keep expanding. John's body, the door, the building, prior learning, gravity, materials, cultural practices, the current goal, the immediate environment, the clean source becomes harder to isolate. I think this is one reason you're suspicious of concepts such as choice, decision, control, agency, intention, because they seem to package an enormously complex situation to a small unit and treat that unit as if it were self-evidently real. The whole language is structured with the utmost confidence that we do things, that we manifest actions, that we choose. Where I would still ask questions is here, even if we reject the idea of a completely independent agent, does it follow that notions like control or decision refer to nothing at all? one demonstrating control is not demonstrating control, but rather reacting to me criticizing. Criticizing them. Or do they refer imperfectly to certain patterns within larger processes? That's the point we have tended to. That's the point where we have tended to diverge. You often argue if the concept fails to identify something clearly bounded and objectively real, then the concept fails. Whereas I tend to think the concept may still be referring to a recurring pattern, even if the boundaries are fuzzy. To imply there is a pattern, you need to point to something that is repeated, because pattern, as it goes, can't exist without that at all. Because if you say that there is or there was a particular pattern even in the past, still that breaks, because you won't be able to reconstruct it. The DS3 orb would be your mug. Oh, it's a DS3 orb? Oh, really? Huh. I think I never knew that. Then again, I wasn't a viewer for the most of the time. Светлана спит уже? Ну, она спит, да? Ты уже посмотрел, что-то? Мобильный можно оттуда убрать, чтобы не упал. Туда, вон, кто-то уж. А что за дела? Спасибо, что закрыла мне экран. Благодарю. Там ничего особенного не происходит, я с тобой согласен. Экран. Another point you've raised repeatedly is that people describe actions as if they are initiated, whereas you see them more as reactions. That's misrepresenting what I'm saying. Yes, I don't say that, oh hey, people are more reacting that they think. I say that they only react. Everything reacts, and there's no neat structure of cause and effect amongst things, but rather everything is as if reacting to everything else to the point that you will never be able to tell what is reacting to what. And that is something that scientists are discovering for the past our scientists have discovered recently. Exactly what I explained. See, they think there was an order and therefore a timeline. But since I'm telling you there is no order actually, because cause and effect doesn't happen. Therefore, time is non-existent. This is, by the way, just one of the arguments I have against the existence of time. Hey man, cheers. Another point you raised repeatedly is that people describe actions as if they are initiated, whereas you see them more as reactions. For example, if someone says, "I chose to do this," you might ask, where did the choice come from? Why did that choice and not another? What prior experiences shaped it? Oh, Jesus. What environmental conditions shaped it? What bodily processes shaped it? And if every answer points to further conditions, then the image of a self-originating act starts to dissolve. That criticism has a long history in philosophy, though you are expressing it in your own way. Questions about whether actions are truly self-caused appear in discussions of free will, determinism, causation, agency, embodiment. Funny concepts, by the way. But your version goes further, because you are not merely questioning freedom of choice, you are also questioning whether the boundaries of the chooser were ever established in the first place. I think another point you were making is easy to miss. You are not necessarily saying nothing happens. Instead, you seem closer to saying things happen, but people misdescribe what is happening. And when they misdescribe it, they then build further concepts on top of those descriptions. Control, communication, understanding objects, causes, effects. Then those concepts begin to feel self-evident, even though the original description was never thoroughly examined. So from your perspective, the issue is not the absence of occurrences. The issue is the confidence people place in the categories they use to talk about occurrences. It has been one of the most consistent themes throughout everything you've written. I think you're correcting an important nuance. When I said you see them more as reactions, that still leaves open the possibility that there are actions on one side and reactions on the other. What you've been arguing is closer to the distinction itself is questionable. It's closer to the distinction itself is questionable. Not some things are actions and some things are reactions, but rather everything is reaction. Or even the attempt to isolate a source of action is already misdescription. In that picture, saying, "I decided," and saying, "I reacted," are not two competing explanations. The first is a special case people imagine exists, and the second is what is actually happening. That's also why you keep returning to agency. A lot of ordinary language is structured around the idea that there is a source. Examples: I chose, I controlled myself, she caused the problem, he made me angry, I influenced him. The grammar itself tends to present agent, action, effects, as though the chain were clearly identifiable. You are asking, where exactly is the agent? Where exactly does the action begin? Where exactly does the effect start? And your suspicion is that the need structure is imposed afterward rather than discovered. people describe what is happening and what they're doing is misleading. They're confusing themselves into thinking that the control actually occurs. The way they word the situations is the culprit. And your suspicion is that the need structure is imposed afterward rather than discovered. Regarding control, I think I understand your criticism better now. When someone says you need more self-control, the statement assumes several things. There is a self. The self is separate from its behavior. The self can exert control over behavior. More or less control is possible. You question all four assumptions, and then you point out something interesting. When someone appears in control, that appearance itself may simply be another reaction within the situation. The funny thing about that criticism is that even if we say that control exists, then the question is it objective evaluation, as if some person that you're criticizing for a lack of control supposedly hasn't been controlling themselves. You question all four assumptions, and then you point out something interesting. When someone appears in control, that appearance itself may simply be another reaction within the situation. So the very evidence people use to demonstrate control, look, he remained calm, can be reinterpreted as he reacted in a particular way. Yes, that's exactly my point. The observed behavior alone doesn't settle with which description is correct. The observed behavior alone doesn't settle which description is correct, yes. On patterns, your objection is also clear. I said, perhaps concepts refer to recurring patterns. Your response is essentially, show me the recurrence. Because to identify a pattern, one must identify something that repeats. But if boundaries are unclear, occurrences are never identical, reconstruction is impossible, and the observer participates in defining what counts as the same, then the pattern itself becomes questionable. Not because nothing occurs, but because this happened again may already contain assumptions about identity and sameness. Where I think the discussion becomes particularly interesting is when you connect this to causation and time. The standard picture is cause-effect, and then before and after, which gives timeline. But you're suggesting something like, if the cause cannot be isolated and the effect cannot be isolated, then the sequence built from them becomes questionable too. Yes, because the perception is that there's a particular order in which things happen, as if a structure. The problems immediately arise that a structure, as if objective, is viewed as such. as if some kind of structure is definitely there, and a particular structure is definitely showing that, hey, there's a timeline, there's an order in this chaos. And things definitely, not that I understand it in that way, but definitely follow one another. As if there's a trackable chain of events. Ooh, that's good. Okay. Arise with one R. But your suggesting something like, if the cause cannot be isolated and the effect cannot be isolated, then the sequence built from them becomes questionable too. In other words, people often imagine time as a chain of discrete events. Oh, fuck. Event A happened, and event B happened, and event C happened. Whereas your criticism pushes toward what exactly makes A a separate event from B, what exactly establishes the boundary, what exactly makes one the cause and the other the effect. And if those distinctions fail, then the timeline built from them becomes less secure. Where I would still hesitate is at the jump from cause and effect cannot be clearly isolated to therefore time does not exist. See, also, if we talk about time either has to be measurable or you can't tell what it is, can't measure it, and therefore anything that you say it is a misnomer. Exactly, because, well, you only have a label, but that label is as if aimless. Aimless? Yeah. A person could agree that causation is extremely difficult to isolate and still think there is some sense in which change, succession, or temporal ordering occurs. Who says the change is change, though, and growth is growth? Wait a minute. What? Growth? Jesus Christ. And growth is growth, and decay is decay. Is something small actually getting bigger to prove, at least in one way, that time is existent? Or is something transforming into something else? But since the transformation is what is happening, therefore you never have something that has actually grown. But I think your reply would probably be, what exactly is change? Yes. What exactly is succession? What exactly is ordering? And then we'd be back examining whether those concepts identify anything concrete or whether they inherit the same problems you've been raising about concepts, causation, and agency all along. So I think the agency issue, the causation issue, and the time issue are not separate topics in your view. They seem to be parts of the same criticism. People treat reality as composed of distinct things, distinct actions, distinct causes, and distinct moments. Once those distinctions are examined, the confidence placed in agency, causation, and time starts to weaken together. Okay, after this one I want to go fucking play something and chill. Just want to play and chill today because I'm tired from the chores and this too. I have been talking already 4 hours. I think what you're doing here is pushing on something deeper than simply time doesn't exist. You're questioning the assumptions that people use when they argue for time. A common argument goes something like, things change, therefore time exists. But your reply is not merely, no, they don't change. It's more like, before you use change as evidence for time, explain what change is. Because when people say the tree grew, they often imagine there is one tree, the same tree persists, it acquires a larger size, therefore growth occurred. But you're challenging almost every step. You ask, what makes it the same tree? Where are the boundaries of the tree? Oh, this is something that I talked about a day before, day before yesterday, about whether something is the same at any point in time, if time even exists, What makes it the same tree? Where are the boundaries of the tree? Which properties establish its identity? Why call the process growth rather than transformation? If every moment differs from every other moment, where is the persistent thing that supposedly grew? So the issue is not that you deny that something is observed. The issue that you question whether the description growth has already smuggled in assumptions about identity and continuity. The same applies to decay. People say, the building decayed. But that description assumes there was a building that remained the same enough through the process for us to compare earlier and later states. Your objection is that perhaps what people call decay is merely a particular way of organizing observations into a story. This story may feel obvious, but that does not automatically make it objectively established. I think this connects directly to your earlier point about control. Take the statement, he lacked self-control. Most people hear it as a factual description, but you're asking, according to what standard he lacked self-control, compared to what expected behavior? Why is one reaction called controlled and another uncontrolled? Is that distinction discovered or imposed afterward? In other words, you often shift attention away from the event itself and toward the framework being used to describe the events. Where I think the conversation keeps circling is around two different standards. You often ask, has this concept been shown to correspond to something objectively real and bounded? And when the answer is no, you conclude that the concept is in serious trouble. Many other people operate with a weaker standard. Does this concept help organize experience in a reasonably consistent way? For them, growth, decay, control tree, and person do not need perfectly objective boundaries to be usable. Okay, last point. Yes, but what they see as successful or working out is under question. Also, although they treat it as if that's what actually happens, so they are justified to not explain anything or to delve into anything or to question what they already see as existence and truth. Maybe there are other people who operate with... Okay. Your response is usually usable for whom, according to what standard? Why should usefulness be treated as evidence of reality, and that question doesn't disappear simply because people keep using the concepts? The transformation point is especially important here. The question is in not how people understand what is happening, but what happens. They use the described defense as if that's what happens, and they don't need to examine anything, and they don't need stuff to be perfect, and they don't need to basically prove anything, because hey, see, things work out. How they work out though? That's why what I ask. And when people have trouble, conflicts, feel frustrated over something, I have an explanation for it. And they usually treat it as some mistake or mistake on their part, or as something else being the culprit. They treat their results as if they automatically have identified the problem that caused it. And what's funny, when they proceed to as if address the situation, tell me how that works out. Your response is usually okay, and that question doesn't disappear simply because people keep using the concepts. The transformation point is especially important here. If something is genuinely transforming all the time, then saying it became larger already privileges one aspect of the transformation over countless others. You focus on size, someone else focuses on composition, someone else focuses on temperature, Someone else focuses on chemical processes. Someone else focuses on relations with the environment. Jesus Christ. And none of those are concrete things. Temperature is not specific temperature at any given point. Chemical process, when examined even more granularly, no, what? In a more detailed way reveals that there are more processes than this one that we're observing. The choice of growth as the description is not forced by the situation itself. It reflects a particular way of carving up what is happening. I think that's what you're repeatedly trying to draw attention to. Not merely whether events occur, but how much interpretive work is already hidden inside words that people often treat as straightforward descriptions of reality. I think one of the recurring themes in what you're saying is that people often treat a successful outcome as if it validates the description that produced it. Something like, I understood the situation, acted correctly, and the result proves my understanding. But your objection is that the result alone does not establish that chain. A person can get what they wanted and still misunderstand what happened. A person can fail and still misunderstand what happened. The outcome itself does not automatically identify the relevant factors, the boundaries of the events, the cause, the method, or the explanation. And I think that's what you keep asking, how exactly did it work out? Rather than accepting it worked out, therefore the explanation was correct. Because to you, those are different claims. The same applies to conflicts. A common interpretation is, there was a problem, we identified the cause, we fixed it. But your criticism is that people often move from something unpleasant happened directly to I know why it happened. Without examining how they arrived at that conclusion, the explanation then feels obvious because it fits their framework, but the fit itself is not proof. Yes. Just because a person understands what supposedly has caused the problem is not necessarily that thing actually has caused the problem. And that is like proven in infinite amount of situations every day. I also think you're pushing against some tendency to stop examining once a category becomes familiar. For example, temperature. Sounds like a thing, but your response is, what exactly is temperature? Not merely the textbook definition, but what does the phenomenon begin and end? Where does the phenomenon begin and end? Why isolate it from everything else occurring? What makes this process the temperature, rather than one aspect of a larger situation? Likewise with chemical reaction. A chemist may identify a particular reaction. Your criticism is not necessarily that nothing occurs, rather why privilege this process as the process? Because if one examines further, there are additional interactions, additional conditions, additional transformations. The supposedly isolated process appears embedded within countless others. I think where many people would respond differently is that they don't view the existence of further detail as undermining the category. They would say, temperature is not everything that is happening. A chemical reaction is not everything that is happening. A tree is not everything that is happening. The category is a selective description. Your concern, as I understand it, is that people often forget the selective part and start treating the category as though it were the thing itself. Then the description becomes what? It begins to feel like a concrete object rather than a way of organizing experience. And this connects back to your earlier criticism of control. If someone says the problem was a lack of self-control, you would likely ask, why isolate that? Why not upbringing? Why not environment? Why not bodily states? Why not expectations? Why not countless interacting factors? The moment factor is elevated into the explanation, the complexity of the situation gets compressed into a category. Your concern is that people often mistake that compression for... Your concern is that people often mistake that compression for discovery. Where I still differ from you is that I don't automatically conclude that because a category is selective, it therefore captures nothing. But I do think you've consistently pointed to a real tendency. People often move from. This is one way of describing what happened. 2. This is what happened. Without noticing the gap between those two statements. Yes, it's like when people will say like, oh hey, you know, like I think that's happened, and then they, whenever like, let's say like whenever they talk further, sometimes they say, or maybe they just continue saying, as if like, oh, this is what happened and that's it. And then they re-examine that, like, only if there's like critique of like, oh, do you actually know what happened? And then they're like, well, that's probably what's happened. Okay, but like you've presented it as if that's exactly what happened. Time to take a piss. I'll be right back, like in 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna like play the game probably. Not necessarily this game, but I'm gonna play something. Yeah. Cause I'm fucking. Cause I'm tired already. Что ты смотришь, спутник? Изначально, скорее всего, мы тоже только знали, то, что там попробовали.
Что?
Изначально, наверное, вы тоже знали, что это попробовали.
Сказал, что на год. Может, в прошлом году ты ездил. Там еще было случайно привезли.
Another point that I want to make, and I'm not like gonna drop that like on ChatGPT right now, I'll just say it like later sometime, is that there's like a particular situation of like we are born and we are born into families, right? We are born into families of people who have like a particular, as if like structure of thinking, as if, right? They, as if like possess like certain like knowledge or meaning, and they pass it on to us. So kind of like what I'm pointing out is that like how to escape a particular structure of thinking if we're constantly being born and taught by human beings, you know, that like we're also taught by other human beings, and kind of like, you know, like the chain never breaks in a sense, you know, and there's this language present that they teach us the language, but the language reflects particular like as if like thought or like this like structure, you know. Okay. Huh? Where's the sound? Oh, there's the sound. Yeah, I thought so. I thought if I'm gonna stop, I'm gonna die. Was too many, and my gear sucks. My gear sucks ass. What would be simpler is that like if I would have like more damage and like the actual weapon would be a little bit better, but it's not. Right now the weapon is ass. Like this weapon is ass.
And anvil!
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Oh, that's it? That's it? Oh, yeah. That's it.
Your way has no place here, Carol.
Really?
Right of the fourth moon. My love, I call to you.
Yes, my beloved.
No escape. How dare you disturb me? Your
Dude,
soul
what?
will not travel to your...
What? Ugh. That is so boring. Jesus Christ. Whatever you say, bitch.
Your way has no place here, Caroline. Bow before me.
Need mana.
Your soul, Raven. I need you.
I need more time.
Foul intruder.
How dare you disturb me?
Oh, that's what killed me? Uh-huh.
My love, I call to you. Right of the fourth moon.
Foul intruder.
Out of mana.
Wilt and rot. Raven, I need
Okay.
Foul intruder.
I've no more room.
Fuck, it's a talisman, brother.
Диско, как ляжешь. И ляг уже.
Shh. Interesting. It's an item that has to do with rage and remnants. That is so stupid. That is so stupid that they're not showing me the checkpoints. The initial checkpoint in the area. That is fucking stupid.
Oi, here's what I've got. I'll find some use for that. That'll be useful.
It's a pretty shit base, man. It's really sad. This one seems like more fucking useful. Although there's gonna be like a boss fight right now, I don't know, like if I wanna like do this thing. Wow. That is garbage. The game trolled me. Yep. The game has trolled me. Once again. 29 to maximum life. 14 to maximum life. I like this one, like 29 to maximum life, no? Tier 9. It's 1,000.
Might make good scrap.
Might. Increase the physical damage. Increase the attack speed. Chance to cause bleeding on hit. Nice. Wow. That's a pretty good fucking talisman. What are the values though? Almost max. Almost max. Pretty close to max. Yeah. Good values. Wait, don't I have like a thing for... I do have it. Okay. Let me change it to uniques. Let me change it to
I look, it's out feeling lucky.
It's not the next level maze. Nope. Sadly.
Do my eyes again to... At last, it's open! Praise the first one! Isabel, Torko, Callum, the family of...
Чего?
No mana.
My rage burns!
Hammer and anvil! I can't yet. Need mana. with the first ones, old man. You've earned it.
What am I seeing there? Oh, it's level 3.
I'm picking up another. My tool is lighting up.
I'll see what I...
Ooh. Really?
I have a great. How do I? A little what? See, now will you pay them a visit? Later.
You found the. I don't know how to ask this of you. It's in my. Stacy.
Huh.
This. See.
Yeah.
So if we.
Tread carefully.
That hooded fella. Boy, take a look. I'll find some use for that.
Care to take a look at my humble wares? Take a punt. You know you want to. Watch yourself out there.
Yeah, it's as if I don't have the capacity to play this right now. It's like literally just wearing me down. Like, I'm not amused. I'm not amused by Path of Exile 2 right now. But then again, like, I just should play it like in the morning or somewhere, like whenever I'm like fresh, because like otherwise it's just, I don't know. I don't know. was this category thing? What? I didn't kill him? Okay. What the hell is that? That is annoying. What is that fucking sound? Why are you attacking me? There's a guy fucking blasting your ass, dude. Whoa, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. God damn it. What? Okay. Man. I haven't played in so many days. This is so shit. Ouch. Lol. That was fast. With that kind of weapon, that's kind of funny.
5 minutes remaining.
Jesus, dude. They're like immediate attachments? God damn it. Dude, like, let me fucking shoot, brother. What the fuck? You sick motherfucker. Dude, like, here's their target. Fucking shoot on the target. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, that's fucking funny. Jesus, dude. Cool, dude. Yeah, of course. Jesus, dude. That sucked ass. I couldn't even shoot. Yep. Cool, I can't even get the weapon. Yay! Woo! Hey, Mom! Uh-huh. Interesting how all of the bullets are like going into me. What? Lol. Rudder. Okay, I killed him. Nice, I killed someone. Wow. That's the first one, by the way. Really? Was it in point blank? Almost? Not exactly right. Fuck! Oh, there it is. Didn't even see it. Yeah, I did kill her. Nice. Yep. That's what you get, bitch. That's what you get, bitch. Fuck. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Cool story, brother. Cool story. Dude, can I pick up the sniper rifle and not get shot in the back? Dude, it's like, what?
5 minutes remain.
What is this place? Huh? What?
Burn the flesh from your soul. Pain will purify you.
Dude. What the fuck? Am I like allergic to shooting people? Like, what am I allergic to shooting someone? Like, honestly. Like, whenever I look at it, I'm like as if like I'm avoiding hurting someone. What the fuck? Am I so good of a person that I'm like what the hell? Well, that's the thing, like, I want to kill them. I want to kill these bastards, dude. Nice. Nice. God damn it. What story, dude? Ouch.
Oh, I'm on fire. Is that your best?
Huh? He died? The fuck? What?
30 seconds left. 5 kills remain.
Death sets you free.
Death warranted for.
Double kill.
Death warranted for.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You lost the match.
14 kills. A little bit better than on the other map. But the other map was another map. So I don't even know how good I did. Yeah. Fuck. Not that I like expect myself to perform well. It's just that would be nice if I would perform better. You know? But what am I doing is like I'm clueless. What the fuck am I doing? Huh? Can't describe it as anything. Dude, you're oh my god, that is trash. What? Predator. You barely saw me if you even saw me. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ, guys.
I see no pain.
Man, guys, you're annoying. You are annoying. What? You're shooting, even though like I'm not there yet. Yikes. Yeah, this weapon is sure doing the job.
Death sets you free.
Nice, guys, nice. Yay, guys. That's crazy.
Double kill.
I think I've made my point.
I shed tiny black tears for you.
What the fuck is that? Why? Dude.
You cannot defeat us.
Cool story. And that's like with regular gun, that's the thing. The funniest thing is that the gun isn't even precise. You can shoot without moving, and with like an interval, and it's always going to shoot like in different like fucking spots, which is like completely fucking AIDS.
I give you salvation.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Interesting. You fart better than you shoot. Okay. Got it. Noted. Noted. God damn you.
Is that your best? The assassin's choice.
Oof. Who headshot? Me headshot? Or he headshotted me? What? Oh, another one killed him. Okay. Ah! No! I turned around. I turned around. No, it's too late. God damn you. Okay, good. Okay, good. Got him, got him, got him, got him. Got him. Oof, that's bad. No weapons. I actually hurt her there. Fuck. You jerk off better than you shoot.
Our victory is near.
Yeah. God damn you.
I feel no pain. A waste of good suffering. I feel no pain.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Really? I was already that damaged? That's crazy. Ah, that was bad. I threw that shit like right in front of my face. Jesus, dude. God damn you. God damn.
My victory is inevitable.
That was good. Switching. Switching was good. Ah, no, 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 no. I didn't know that there's a pillar. Or rather,
30 seconds left.
didn't react to it as if there's gonna be a pillar. Dude, come on. That's so sad.
10, 9, 8,
And I have like no weapon here.
6,
Nice.
5,
Nice. Yay. Woo. Cool. Wow. Wow. Cool, dude. Cool.
the match.
17 kills. More than before.
Play.
A waste of good suffering.
Lol. Crouching in this game in a deathmatch? I mean, are you fucking serious? Crouching. Really? Oof.
That was nasty.
Dude, I saw that there was someone. It was too late. Couldn't turn around. Brother. Dude, didn't die. Okay. It's kind of fucking weird.
Nice corpse.
Guys, you're annoying. Didn't I click on him?
I feel no pain.
Nice. That was a rather precise shot. Dude, that's annoying. That's annoying. Like from the top, it's really annoying. Like when they're like shooting down. That is some nonsense. Yep. Hello.
Our skill. I am the death bringer.
Who wants up?
No way. Oh wait, you're serious. That was bad. Ah, fuck. Dude, that's annoying. Can't even like fucking pick up like the fucking thing. Huh? Okay, got it. Dude, come on. Dude, that's... Oh my god. These like step backs are really fucking annoying, if anything. Yep, okay. Killed him. That's something. Yeah. Sure. What? Why there are like fucking 3 or 4 people in there? Jesus, dude.
I will punish you.
11 kills. Oh wow, it's worse than before. That is shit.
2 minutes remain.
Let me show you
Why in the back?
death sets you free.
Cool. Cool. Wow, that is so fun, dude. It's not quick, no.
3 seconds left. 1 kill remains. You have lost the match.
Unreal Tournament free from 2007.
play.
Your mom. Jokes. Unreal Genshin free, yeah. If only did. They can't even make one game right, and you want them to make free. Unreal Gay free. Gay fuck the Unreal. Unreal gay sex. What? What was that? That was weird.
Burn the flesh from your soul.
What? Really? That's interesting. Fuck. Ah, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. He's dead. He came too close. Ooh, I didn't click anything. Fuck. So stupid. God damn it, brother. No. Fuck. Wait. God damn it. Yep. I didn't kill him then? there?
5
What?
minutes remain.
Okay. It's weird. Let's go, let's go. Yo, what the fuck? You annoying prick. God damn it. You clown boy. My blood is nigger. Bigger, yeah, bigger, yeah. That's what I wanted to say. I always mix those two up, you know, like nigger and bigger, like the same thing. You know, because they have like big dicks, so, you know. Even little kids, you know, have like fucking 20-inch cocks. Nice. Dropped a fucking bomb on their head. God damn it. You piece of shit. Ah! You fucker.
3 minutes remain.
God damn it. Come on.
10 minutes remain.
Pain purifies.
Yep. Yep.
5 kills remain.
Yep. Hmm. Yep. Get on, bitch. Ah, no. Oh, I killed him. Nice. God damn it. Damn it. Fuck. Come on. Ah.
1 minute remains. One kill remains.
Who said that I chose this game? I reacted to this game existing on my computer, you know, and reacted to the other supposedly possible choices, and this is where I landed. I guess I just want to shoot stuff right now, brother. I always thought like it's a decent enough game for shooting, and you can play against like bots. they're like godlike. It's not that the server exists, it's just that the bots are pretty they're killing you really easily with any kind of weapon. Like just like in the span of like 1 or 2 seconds, or maybe even less than a second. And you shoot, and you basically can use like all kinds of different weapons. I mean, it's not like I'm running like CS, like Counter-Strike here. There's just like these like... Oh, then again, they do have like a range of weapons. But their range of weapons doesn't look like, oh hey, you have like a rocket launcher, you have like a something resembling like a shotgun, you have like a laser fucking thing, you have like a something that channels a laser, and another one that like shoots out projectiles. Then like a minigun. Yeah. It was fun before, and it's fun now, and it's like you get into the game, you play a match, it's how many minutes you want or something like that, and that's it, you know. Ends fast, and you know, action filled experience. Without constantly clicking buttons to make shit happen, you know? Like as if like, oh hey, I need to like choose this, I need to choose this, I need to manage my inventory. Oh, I need to do this, I need to do that. I need to go here, I need to teleport back, I need to sell something. Okay, it's first time in ages. There's an upcoming game called Beta Decay, and it's first time in ages I'm hyped for a game. It's like Stalker with Blame, manga, level design, and a lot of other games mixed in. It's gonna be fucking cool. Beta Decay? It's a interesting name. Beta Decay. Gameplay. The hell are we talking about? Oh, you said already how like as if like Stalker. Okay. What? Co-op 2 so we can play Hogsy and Killing Conjuring 2 works. Okay. That's fine though, like this doesn't matter that much. Uh-huh. 9 months ago. Yeah, I mean, if it has like a lot of mechanics, it's like I see then that the whole like, you know, focus, like the most of the focus is like on mechanics and what you can do in the game rather than how it all looks like. Because it does look shitty, but not shitty in a way that feels as if it's like fucking dysfunctional or something. At first, I was looking at the scope and I was like, what the fuck do you even see there? Literature levels are buildings, tune, has heard, and first-person game plan, planet travel, space combat, ground combat, economy, market, trading mechanics, mixed combat, full gore system. I'm still not sure I would play anything like this. It's like Stalker games existed for how many fucking years, and I have like never played any Stalker games. It's not that I'm not gonna play, it's just that like it's less likely to happen. People do interesting shit in RimWorld and Genshin, amongst other games, you know. You know what I would be interested in? I can off the bat tell you that like that I would probably would be interested like in watching like content about this game made by just some creators, or watching someone play this rather than playing myself. Like I did watch like some content about like Genshin and about like a few other games, and because the thing with me, like I'm more into like you know, see like fantasy seems like it's the most like preferable, you know, kind of game for me, like medieval fantasy or whatever the fuck it's called. It's like, even though I like, let's say like Fallout, right? I know that like I like Fallout, was it like New Vegas? I haven't played it much. I mean, I have played it a little bit, and I said that the game is good, and I enjoyed it. But then somehow, like, I didn't return to it. I still have it on my computer, though. And if I'm gonna play it again, I'm definitely gonna start over because, I'm not satisfied with the fact that like that my game bugged out and like one of like some kind of like NPCs or something like that was gone, and that NPC was like an actual quest giver. Seemed important. I don't understand though, like what am I watching? Am I watching like some kind of match or am I watching fucking playthrough? It looks as if like it's like as if it's like just some kind of like not like a death match, but rather at first it looked like as if it's like they're like in some kind of place like arena or some map and they're fighting. But now that he went out, like it looks like an actual world, you know? Lol. Yeah, that was the wrong move. That was the wrong move. But then again, where the fuck do you go from that like fucking spot? Okay, so you cover. But like the interval is like really really small. Like where the fuck do you go? See, like the usual understanding is that like as if we can fight this, right? But what if the idea that you cannot fight the robot, you know? Well, if you can manipulate like the environment however you want, and the physical laws apply, then that is like a big that is basically like a big thing to like you know, in your like toolbox or whatever the fuck at your disposal. What? Oh wait, at first I didn't understand it. It's like a pixelated fucking design. What the hell? I didn't notice that first. But now I see it as like an actual design decision. Although the graphics at first like looked shitty because like there's like whenever you have like whenever you go like for basically as if like I don't know like some kind of like pixel art or something like that, right? You basically can't have like any single thing, right? You cannot have like any single thing as detailed as this, you know? It needs to be as if like less detailed in a sense. It needs to as if like show what it is, reference what it is without much detail, you know? So if you have like a backpack, it needs to look simpler in a sense. then it would look like some kind of like pixel art. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not like my evaluation is like objective, so it's like whatever. Since goal was PS1 polygon and they pulled it off, you even see PS1 controller in control settings. Oh, okay. It's funny how you see those shots of AI or something, and they're all going like around your head, but not exactly at it. It's kind of funny that he's like as if covering. As if like nobody fucking sees him. Cool story. They will have to work on AI a little bit, in a sense. Like what counts as a cover, let's say. So it wouldn't look like, oh hey, this shit is almost transparent, and somehow I'm still like covering behind it, you know? And as if like nobody can see me. Yeah, now I'm seeing like these graphics in a different light than like the initial impression was a little bit like as if like it differs from what it is now. Yeah, I mean like if that's like a literal style, then it's good. Fuck it. I thought it was just like, you know, like as if like shit graphics would you know, like with poor digitalization or something like that, and as if like, you know, the models are also like made in some kind of like, you know, like crappy way, because the focus was not on making them look realistic. Yeah, what's interesting, like it doesn't matter how the game looks like. It can be on Unreal Engine 5. It's like, you know, kind of like what kind of like textures you place on objects. It can look like anything. Sounds interesting. But now I wonder though, like about like another thing. See? Do you remember Graven? Graven, you know, like had a problem. They've made like the world, and they probably also like started making like other regions, right? But the problem was that they didn't actually have like a game. They had like the world, the setting, the character placed, so the character could move around, and even like the enemies placed, and you could kill them, but like, you know, the game as in terms of like storyline and in terms of like other mechanics and about like, you know, like managing your inventory or like, you know, like having like a shop, having like some kind of like progression and all kinds of other stuff. They didn't have like any of it. They just had like almost like a raw sandbox kind of just not even sandbox, because it's like, what the fuck could you do in that game other than like kill a few mobs and that's it. But like you don't really get anything out of it. But they did release the game, you know, like they do have like the regions and shit. I just never played it afterwards, so I still might play it like in the future. But it was really weird because it's like, same as like I would like question like this game, let's say, you know, do they have like a storyline? Do they have like some kind of like ecosystem? See, like the problem for me with some games, not with all of them, but with some games, is that like whenever the game tries to be coherent in some ways, or like in how it looks in terms of like some kind of mechanics, then I wonder like whether there's like an ecosystem. See, like as if like an economy, some kind of like economy, some kind of like NPCs, you know, citizens or villagers or something else, you know, some kind of like settlements with people in them and all kinds of other things, you know, like, and also like what about like fauna? What about like flora? You know, like what about those like animals and how they behave? And are there animals and, you know, like are there like many different animals? Is there like a whole, as if like living, breathing world to some extent that is made, or is it like fucking Witcher 3, where you have like just a few categories of enemies and that's it, you know? And it's not like a living, breathing world where whenever like everyone is just saying, has like the same fucking a few lines that they say. Yes, it will have those things too. It will have cities. Fuck. Hubs. It will have other. It have NPC driven economy that's simulated in the background. Nature is mostly barren, decayed. There are monsters, mutants, still on planets. Yes, it will feature an evolving echo in game world with AI. It's fully functional offline solo player too. Interesting. How are they making this game? Like, are they supported by someone? Is like someone like dropping, you know, is someone like sponsoring them, or are people like donating? What's their story? Hmm. Hmm. Coming soon to early access. Mm-hmm. The hell? Oh shit, Mon is fanboying. The fuck? Mm-hmm. I get it. Jesus. For gooners? Yeah. June 2nd, 2026. Huh? Hello? It's June 2nd. Am I like confused? So what's today? Build starships, Jesus. Okay. I see a line there. I see a line there. There's more description. Kurwa. Lol. Kurwa, kurwa. Pierdolę. Maybe they fucking played, you know, or saw that like Cyberpunk 2077 is fucking dog shit, and therefore, you know, they're like, no, okay, we need to make our own game. Fuck this shit. The hell is this? What? Yeah, they have like a lot to work on. That shooting for the textures before even reaching like the point where you can actually shoot instead of like shooting for the textures, that needs to be worked on. Buh. flew right through her.
Death gives you purpose.
Yes, some things I'd rather watch, you know. But then again, you know, I haven't tried it, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say right now. Like, Witcher 3? We talk about like playing some games, but like in general, how it works out. Do you feel like you actually want to play them? How big of a percentage would you give like of how many games you actually want to play that you mentioned that you do want to play in terms of how it works out? Because sometimes I feel you don't necessarily want to play them. Like, the idea is nice, but like when it comes down to playing them, it's a different fucking story. Bioshock? Okay. Didn't you already like play for it? Ah, okay.
A waste of good suffering. Enforced assimilation.
Mortality is your weakness.
Jeez. Jesus Christ, guys. Really?
Accept your defeat.
3 minutes remain.
Fuck.
Two minutes remain. Remains.
I thought I hit him. Okay.
Who wants up? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2,
Jesus, dude.
1. You have lost the match.
God damn it. Too much overhead.
He has foretold our victory.
Nice. Oops. Still didn't kill him? Okay. That's kind of sad. God damn it. Dude. Immediately near my face. What? Dude, come on. That sucks ass. Track him. Track him. Track him. Track him. What? Where are you aiming, bitch? Didn't hit him. Dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Fuck, I didn't kill anyone. I literally practically killed no one. Yikes. That is ass. Dude. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, I got as if I got stuck or something. Brother. I Sphinx. Yeah, right.
Giblets.
Yeah, you fucker.
Minutes remain.
Death gives you purpose.
Right. So much potential for counterplay. Killed. Fuck! Almost killed him. Fuck. Someone's upstairs, which is kind of annoying. Nice.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have lost the match.
21 kills. Nice. "21 kills. That's good. Fuck. You got one. Yeah. Right. I was the only one there. We need to focus. Yeah, dude. Of course. Of course. Jesus, dude. I mean, seriously? Bad. That's annoying. God damn you.
This planet.
Brother. Fuck. Ah! Shit. God damn you. Okay.
Nanoblack, sustain me.
Oh, I did kill him there. Nice.
5 minutes.
Your soul is mine.
Try that again.
More Mortality is your weakness.
Is that your best?
Yeah, right. Yikes.
3 minutes remain.
Ah, dude, I also clicked. Fuck.
I will drain your life away.
Dude. Die. Same thing. Dude, he got hit head on, if anything. Fucking sucks. Sucks ass. Brother. Hello? Hello, brother?
Remains.
What? Brother, you're just in my face immediately.
Our victory is near.
Left.
Fuck. 22. 1 kill better than before. Like 1 kill more. I actually killed him with a pistol. What? What the fuck? How the hell did I do that? What?
Giblets.
A waste of good suffering.
Yeah, right. Lol. Cool story, bro. Cool story. Oh, I actually hit that. Wow, that's crazy. You're right. Okay. What? Okay. Okay. What? Okay. Brother. Get up my fucking bag, brother. Like, what the fuck? Ah, yeah. Fucking hell.
I will drain your life away.
minutes remaining.
God damn it.
We shall cleanse this planet.
What a bitch. Dude. Almost died. That's the thing. He almost died. Ah, fuck. Gay attack. Yeah, right.
Double kill.
Step aside and stay down.
I am unstoppable.
2 minutes remain.
Ah, I didn't do the shot. Fuck. God damn it. The fuck? Hello? Yep. Get owned. Get owned, bitch. Get owned, bitch. Yep. Yep. Trade it. Trade it. Take that. Dude, come on.
10,
With your gay ass laser.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
fuck.
You have lost the match.
24. 24 now. That's crazy. 24. Okay.
Play.
Yep. Oof. I couldn't like shit it one more time. That'd be really fucking good. I actually killed that. Oh fuck. Jesus.
You cannot defeat us.
Broader. Oh man, that's bad. Didn't I hit her? Weird. Okay. Guess I did not. Are you joking? God damn it.
Denied.
Man, this sniper rifle nonsense is just like annoying there. It's like, oh hey.
Is that your best?
I think I've made my point.
All vectors projected successfully.
Try that again!
Bad news. Oh, that.
Yep, I did kill him. Nice. Nice. I fucking hunted him down. Nice. Ah, god damn it, from the upstairs. Yikes. Dude, come on. Ah, dude. God damn it. Yep, owned. Let's. Dude, you're retarded. No. Wait, did I damage her? Yes. Brother. Nope. There's practically no chance that I'm winning that. Today I prepared like a decent amount of food. I would say like a bit too much. Dude. He didn't die from that. He didn't die from that. What if I prepared my own poop, dude? Are you gonna eat it? Like, what are you, retarded? Oh, Jesus Christ, come on. Bitch. Stupid ass fucker. God damn you. It's like the same stupid shit there.
30 seconds left.
Again, they fucking put me near the stupid ass sniper rifle. Fuck you, kill yourself. Jesus Christ, like so fucking annoying. Like, How many times can you put me like near the sniper rifle?
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cool, 24 kills. Yikes. Ебаная хуйня, блять. Man, today been nothing but busy and shit, but at least I got to watch your face on my for crack and give me dinners to do anytime now. Give food N-word meaning no Kia? No, N-word meaning nigger. Black man. Today my wife shared like about like basically about like what was it like? Technical inspection. So we talked about like technical inspection for the car, right? And she said that she found out and she checked like on the side that we actually need to do next time like the technical inspection. Not like right now, but like in the year 2027. So, you know, and then I'm like, you know, jokingly, I'm just like asking, why the fuck did you check? You could have like fucking gone and actually done the inspection, you know? What the fuck? Why would you check? I don't like what you eat stuff you make. I've seen it in the past. It looks solid always. Especially the Han sandwiches and soups and chicken cutlets. I'm definitely gonna like throw in a little bit of pork. You know, so you wouldn't notice. Just because I'm, you know, just because I'm that kind of person, dude.
As ice.
I wouldn't? Oh, dude. You underestimate me. It would be funny if you would like fucking evaporate as if like you're some kind of vampire and you're like you know, and your kryptonite is fucking pork cutlets or just pork. And dude is like, oh my god, there's pork in this. You know, going fucking nuts. Oh my god. My nose. My nose. Only my nose knows. Only the nose knows. Oh shit, this has been shit because I haven't fucking killed anyone almost. Dude, how it's going through him? Like, what are you, fucking retarded? Dude, you're annoying. How far do I need to actually fucking shoot to hit that shit? Okay, nice. Fuck you. now! Fuck. Dude, no, that's my kill, you Peter. You shitty Peter. 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 You wouldn't be happy with that if I did? Yeah, I know, man. But I wouldn't tell you. Or what, do you think I would tell you? Yeah, dude, like, I'm not fucking saying that. I would just wait for something magical to happen, you know. You know, like, hope never dies. Hope never dies. Jesus Christ. Nice. I'm dead here. I'm not alive, I'm dead. God damn. God damn. Cool story, bro.
5 minutes remain.
I'm not leaving you with any sharp objects, you know. God damn it, that's my kill, you faggots. You stinking faggot shits. You stinking faggot shits. That's my kill. Brother.
Oh, I'm on fire.
No, fuck off. That's my fucking boost. That's my boost. Fuck. Yeah, well, knife and it's Peter likes a pack of hungry boars that are big sword. A hungry pig. Interesting. How does that look like? You know, a hungry pig. A pig that goes hungry. I don't know in what world you're living in if you think that that's gonna happen ever. It's a pig that's starving. Look at it. It's like saying like the person who like eats like fucking 50 Big Macs every day is gonna like go starving. God damn it, should have like used the regular thing. How he still like kills me faster than I do him? Or the like channeling on my fucking head? Maybe. Dude, how the hell are you still alive?
You can't handle a real woman.
Didn't I fucking drop like a nuke on his head? Okay. Jesus Christ. Yo, I'm doing worse. This is bad. I would hate you, but wouldn't accept maybe a punch at least before I run away. Oh, okay. And before you can get away after doing your punch, I would piss in your pants. Did how would that feel? Punching bastard. If you're gonna punch, I'm gonna like shit in your pants. Oh, that's fine, dude. It's just piss. Then tell your wife you cheated on her with a Chinese cardboard box cut out. Happens every day, dude. I don't think she would be surprised. Wow, that was pretty precise.
Accept your defeat.
Yeah, 10 of them. And I'm like competing with all of them, dude. And they're not even real. Pinocchio, you're not a real boy. Fucking give it a break. You'll never be a real boy, Pinocchio. Fuck, I couldn't like turn around in time. I'm third right now? Wow, that's crazy, dude. Could never. Jesus Christ, dude. Hello? What? Why from both sides? You fucking gay ass motherfuckers. Ah, Jesus Christ. This is just shit. Okay, at least I killed someone. Dude, what? That is annoying. That is annoying. That is annoying. That is fucking annoying, brother. Jesus Christ, and all not my kills, brother. You're fucking annoying. Dude, from both sides. From both sides, that's annoying. From both sides. Can fucking get away from these fuckers. Why from both sides, you fucking gay ass bitches, dude? Yeah. Cool story, brother. If I would be more careful, I would kill them there, but I wasn't. Dude, move, you bitch! Brother, you're just annoying. If anything. How the fuck are all of you alive? You stupid bitches, man. Cool. Cool, I can't even pick up a weapon. Nice. Oh yeah, thanks for the sniper rifle. It doesn't fucking do anything. Nice. And it's not one shot, doesn't matter where you fucking hit. It's fucking 2 shots. Yay, that is so useful. Wow, oh my gosh. Dude, you're retarded. Okay. Dude, hello? And still, I'm dying faster to the fucking shit. Cool story.
3 minutes remain.
Try that again.
Dude, oh my god. You already received so much fucking damage, brother. Are you kidding me, man? Cool story, I'm not getting any of the kills. I'm only damaging these bastards. Dude, you should be dead. You should be dead, bastard. Bastard bitch. Yeah, right. Cannot pick up fucking anything without being ass blasted to fucking Africa. Чего?
Ты меня разбудил.
Каким образом? Ты дверь вообще закрываешь? А, ясно. Дверь закрой и спи. Сколько можно? I hate that it fucking shoots by itself.
Your soul is mine.
Man, this is shit. This is shit. Sadly, this is shit.
You have lost the match.
Your mom has lost the match. Jesus, dude. Your gay ass mom has lost the match. By the way, my wife saw like that someone like parked a car, and basically there was like a trail or like not like a road, but like a trail or something like that in our district, like from one point to another. And when that trail like meets the road, right in front of the trail, somebody has like parked their car, and my wife left them a condom with an implication that they should not have kids. Yes. I thought like, why condom? And then she says like, well, for protection. And I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, I get it what you mean. Yeah. Yep. What is that? Oh, really? Oh, wow. Please give me this one. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is more witty than we are online, the gents. Shut the fuck up. Online, the gents. Okay, got it once, twice. Cool. What? What do you want? Oh. Yeah. Dude, you're... What? Why? Jesus Christ, so stupid. Okay. Hmm. I don't know if that's good or not, that I what I've done. I don't think so. It's kinda shitty, no? Yeah, whatever. Uh-huh. What? What did you just say? Just a sec. No one plays this game. I get it, okay. I get it. Okay, cool. Jesus Christ, it's so sad. Like, it's like... It's not a bad game. There's, like, shit to do. There's, like, a PvP, you know, that could be cool, etc. Like, it's like... It's like a good game in many terms. Right, but, like... The fact that, like, the game, I mean, has, like, nonsense, like, as if, like, it's not necessarily open world, and a bunch of, like, other stuff, as if it's, like, not, like, cheap, but, I don't know. It's as if, like, it's less meaningful than, I don't know, some kind of fucking Genshin Impact. Even though Genshin Impact is not an MMO either. This also cannot be called like an MMO. At least, like, not in the sense that, like, of, like, open world. It's not fucking open world here, so kinda sucks. Doesn't even seem bad. The combat looks fluid and fun, but all these colorful menus and daily rewards or something in the anime house just screams mobile game solid stuff to me. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, whenever, like, you have, like, a million fucking mobile games, does this one, like, stand out? Although, like, for a mobile game, I would say, like, this is pretty fucking epic. It's like, yeah, there's Diablo, but, like, Diablo is, like, as if, like, I mean, it's also, like, pay to win, you know, Diablo Immortal. And the gameplay there is, you know, I would say, like, it's alright, but, like, it still is, you know. But there's, like, I don't know. Well, that's the thing, like, in terms of, like, abilities and combat and shit like that, you know, like, it's pretty good. It's cool. actually fun to fight in this game in terms of like using your skills. And that's the thing, like that's with every class. Like every class is fun to use. Like, you know, it's like what the hell. So sad that this game is like not much more. It's just whatever this is. Cookish Impact. This looks better combat-wise than the stupid game that used to be popular, that Zelda-like open-world anime game. In terms of combat, this is more interesting than Genshin Impact. Even though like Genshin Impact also like in terms of combat is rather interesting, I would say. Like combat is fine there. If combat would be like boring there, then like running around like and doing combat like constantly to get shits would be just fucking, you know, would be gay as balls, dude. What? It took too long? Or what? Oh, that's it? What's the situation? Huh. Hmm. What the fuck? Wait, how do you access the thing? How do you access it? No, 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 no. What? Huh? Okay, dude. How the fuck do you open that window, you bitch? How do you open that? Oh, like this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Hmm. $200 of those. Hmm. So I basically need these. Yep. I need the engravings. Hmm. That's what it is, right? Yeah. What? Really? Just fucking replaced it. Hmm. That's it. I'm done. Cheers.